And welcome along and welcome back to Haut-Beyleron. We are currently heading down to the shop because, as you can see at the top of the screen, we have two contracts to take on today. I managed to pick them up at midnight, so like we've been having recently with the problem with the contracts suddenly disappearing, I managed to pick up a couple of harvesting contracts at midnight. They're both really good ones. We did find out last time, of course, that wait, let's go down this route, that we're unable to make extra profit off delivering to our own production chains, so that's a little bit of a downside to it. But if we do have anything left over, we will be using it to get to our own or we'll be using it to put into our own production. And yeah, I was saying this last time, I seem to get the Kubota stuff an awful lot out of contracts at the moment, even though it was a Z tool we had last time. But yeah, here we go. We have an M7 172 into this as our karting tractor. We've got the New Holland CH770. So we need to get all this loaded up. We're going to use the truck to tow our header trailer, so we'll get all of that into position. But I'm just going to get the tractor all hooked up first, and we'll send that off to the field and get that working. So let's grab over here, do this, grab this, set destination. And the two fields we've got are 4 and 9. So let's send it up to here like that and park that there. And that should be perfect. Is that going to head off? Yep, there it goes. And now we can hook this up to our truck and get the header loaded. So we'll line up to our header here, pick it up. We won't worry about hooking any of the other stuff up because we are just hooking it on. And we've got an area here to target. So I want to get it fairly straight on. And you can see down the bottom there, there's a sort of around about all the pipes and everything, there's a little black plate. And that is what I want to get lined up with the same sort of bits on the trailer. I think we're pretty good. Are we nice and straight? No, I think we can adjust that a little bit. Yeah, I think there should be good. Let's drop it off. And interestingly, it moves it further along. Although, yeah, so these plates basically, they lock in. And we were a little bit far over, I think. Oh, yeah, we were massively far over. So that's good to know. The place we want to be aiming for is actually that there to be the middle point. And we'll be able to look over, you know, sort of peer over the front and see, yeah, that's there. That would be good. Right, let's send the car off then as well. So there's our truck, set destination. And yeah, we want to set this up on field 9 as well, like so. And that should then head off, and we can put our beacons on and follow behind. So the two crops we're dealing with today, on field 9, we've got some oats. So they won't be a massively high yield. They tend to be a lower yield of the grains. And then we've got the canola up on field 4. So again, neither of them are massively yielding crops. Both of them are worth more money as a result. So it's a pretty good set of crops to do. Hopefully won't take us too long. Hopefully means we should only need one tractor and trailer to do both these fields rather than two. But if we do end up needing some extra carting ability, what we can do is go and grab the tractor and trailer from our farm and use those as well. Something I haven't done today actually is checked what we've got in the shop. I don't think we can't afford to get a combine anyway, but it would be quite useful if one did eventually come up when we could afford it. There we go. Especially with the size of field we've got, this is a good choice of combine for us. So let's lower that down, and then we got easy access to here. That's that all connected up. Yes, he's much happier now that it's all connected up. We're going to unfold the rest of the harvester like that. And yeah, we do have GPS on here, so as we come back, we will set our... Well, I should really do it across the slope. And the shape of this field doesn't massively lean itself to it, but I think, looking at the shape of field 9, we kind of need to go across this slope. I think it would help things overall. It's not going to make it the easiest thing to do, but really, when is easy really been the thing we worry about too much? It has been planted the other way. No, we'll do it along the long straight edges. So we'll go up and down the hillside. It's not the best advised thing, but it will be the easiest thing for us. 2/3 of the way through the field roughly, and we are 51% full. We're 10% of the way through the contract. So yeah, that's pretty good. We're looking at, well, I don't actually, we'll check how much we need to deliver in a bit, because we do actually get that with the better contracts mod, which is one of the really nice things about it. We can avoid over delivering crop. Now, we do have a little bit of, well, we do have a fairly major difference in the two contracts we have. So this one here for the oats, this needs to be delivered to the grain elevator, the far side of our own farm. So it's quite a way across. Depending on the route that the tractor and trailer take, that could take quite a while for it to go and deliver that and return to us. So there is a possibility based on that we might need a second tractor and trailer on this. So we'll see how that goes. However, the canola, that just needs to go to the farm shop, the other side of the trees there. So I'm expecting very much for that to be a much quicker delivery and return for our tractor and trailer. So I'm not expecting us to need a second carting tractor or trailer to do that one. So we'll see how it goes. If we find that we get a full tank here before our Kubota makes it back, when we come to deliver, then we'll get a second tractor and trailer running. The other thing, of course, is that we may find we don't get much more than a couple of trailer fulls off here anyway, in which case it won't matter. We won't need the second carting because we will have plenty of time to get it done. And the fact that we are nearly 15% through, we're 80% full, and we've almost finished our first headland, kind of bodes well for that. So what I'm going to do, as we are 80% full, is I'm going to bring this up here and we will empty out into our trailer. I'm going to have to move the trailer, though, into a better position because that is just rubbish. Right, let's grab this. We'll swing the tractor downhill, open up the trailer, and then that will do that fine. And then once we get full, we'll set this doing a delivery over to the grain elevator and get it running in a circle round, and we can just park it on the side of the field here to get it moving. Stop that, and let's empty this out. So yeah, let's see how full this gets the trailer. Oats are unloaded, auger in, and we are at 43%. So yeah, we can take at least another tank off this, plus a bit more as well. So I think we're going to be absolutely fine. We are 15% of the way through the contract. Let's see if we can fill this trailer up. And oh yeah, I'm going to set up the GPS on this run so that we are able to cut in once we've finished this headland. As expected, because we're doing a slightly smaller area for the second headland, we're going to have a slightly smaller percentage. If our trailer is over 80% full, though, I'm going to send it to go and tip. because we want to basically have an empty combine every time we send the tractor and trailer to tip. There we go. I can just about see that. Let's unload that. No, we're not far enough over. Right, let's reposition then. Bring it forwards and there we go. Into the trailer. Spread it out a little bit and we will check where we are. But yeah, 80% full, and I think it's a good time to send the trailer off and get that done. And there we go. All emptied. Auger back in. How's this looking? This is 81% full. Perfect. So, as I said, oats on field 9. These need to go down to the GCHB grain elevator. Let's get the details on because we want to know how much we've got to deliver. We need to deliver 41,500 litres. We have 15,000 in here. So it's going to be about 2.5 trailers that need to be delivered. So let's set this to create job. We want to deliver to the GCHB grain elevator. Loading position is here. Yep, that's fair enough in that direction. And loop it, start job. And that should head off and do it now. Yep, there we go. Our Kubota's on the way. I think it sensed that the other tractor or the truck is there, and so has gone round. I think I might have to move the truck out of the way. Either that, or it's heading for the nearest piece of paved road, which is the only really big downside to that. In that it likes to go for places that are a little bit more out the way. Right, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look in the menu here, because I think our angle is slightly off. Can we see this now? Don't need any line offset or anything. What I want is to set the whole thing here. Headland mode off. Show lines, line offset, show as dots. Somebody did tell me there is a way to see the angle or to set the... Oh, hang on. There is a way to switch at 90 degrees, but not to actually set the angle specifically by the looks of things. So, yeah, we're going to leave it as it is. It is slightly over from where it should be, so I want to move that there. That should get the whole field, but you can see that is not straight, that angle. So I'm going to get us on roughly the line that I want, and then I'm going to set this, and then I'm going to restart the whole thing, because as far as I can tell, this is setting us up at like 85 degrees. Let's see. Yeah, 88 degrees. I don't want it at that, so let's cancel that. Set ourselves at the right angle, and if I do this while I'm standing still rather than when I'm in motion, should be able to set the angle correctly this time. Header down, and away we go. And we're looking at doing a 5-lane cut in here, so hopefully this will now get the right angle on this. Set our second point. And no, this wants to go at 89 point, well, yeah, at 89.1. That's a little bit weird. I have sorted out the GPS now, but it's got a little bit messy. I've had to put the lines on because I've had to move it over to the left a little bit. I'm fully expecting that we will have to readjust it now. Yeah, as we get further down the field, I am going to have to adjust more over to the left. We are okay at the moment, but if I pop out a cab, you can see down there it goes out quite away that way. So I want to rework it for that a little bit, and yeah, hopefully that should work fine. And then when we're further down the field, or we're moving further across, that will sort everything out. The way I sorted out my issue was I went and snapped to terrain angle. It was the only way I could really do it, and make sure that I was doing okay and able to properly get on the 90-degree angle. For some reason, it just did not want to go on that angle. It wanted to sit at 89, 88 degrees, so it was a little bit weird. So yeah, we're all sorted now, and seems to be good. And once we get things straightened out in this first cut-in, we should be doing well. And our tractor and trailer is on its way back. It has dropped off the first load, and that 81% was 35% delivered. So yeah, we're looking at being pretty in a pretty good position. I actually don't need GPS for this last row. I just need to make sure that I get all of the oats gathered in. Now I want to unload at the top end of this field. And where's my tractor and trailer? I think I saw it coming along on the map. Hang on, let's bring that up. I see something. Where's that? Has he gone the really long way round? Hang on, where has he gone? Wow, he has. He is coming across the top of the field here. I expect him to come from the bottom, but no, he's gone right around the top and is coming in here. So we'll wait for him to arrive, and then we can empty. Here comes our Kubota now. Yeah, basically sticking to the concrete and the tarmac as much as it can, rather than traveling on the roads. So let's empty this out. And yeah, we're now 51% of the way through this contract. Another full load off here will mean that we should hit about 70-80% of the grain delivered that we need to. If we look at the detail of our contract, yeah, we've delivered 15,000 litres. We need to deliver 26,000 litres. So yeah, I want to control really how much we deliver in these next two loads. And that is our combine emptied again. That will stay there now, and we need to fill it up again and see where we get to. But yeah, 15,000 litres, that's a good amount. I am gonna cut in about here-ish, I think. See if we can get 6 lanes out of this. Where am I on here? Not bad. In fact, yeah, that should do the trick rather nicely. So let's dive in and continue our harvest. I think of all the base game combines, this one is probably my favorite. I mean, it's no secret that I'm a New Holland fan anyway, but this combine here is a good small to medium sized farm combine. It's not overly expensive. I mean, there are similar combines, or there are combines of similar capabilities to this that are £100,000 more in game, and I think £100,000 more in real life as well. So it's a nice, inexpensive combine for what it is, and it just works well for everything that I kind of want to do. This fits well. I tend to go initially for the TX32 mod with a 6-meter header, because that works really well. But when I eventually go from the TX32 up to the next one, I invariably look towards this one. And if this one comes up as a used combine, it's something that gets me a bit excited, because I I'd really like to use this, and having access to it for my own farm is always great. I think that we're probably going to end up with maybe a tank's worth of oats for ourselves off here, which would be a good little number. We've got what, a tank of this holds about 7 actually no, I think it holds about 8,000 liters, so 8,000 liters for us to turn into flour would be brilliant. We'll see how we go. We've got, this will be our 4th tank that we're going to be dropping off here, and in actual fact I'm going to go and empty into the trailer once I have reached the top here, because we're 80% full. If I try and go down another row, we're going to end up with a full tank before we get to the bottom, and this is the shortest distance to our tractor, so it's worth doing that. And then I think I might get the area on the outside of here and just finish off this bit so that I can get a nice sized area to cut into afterwards. We ended up with 91% full off this, and so I fully expect the tractor to go and tip now that it's fairly full. Is it going to do it, or are we going to have to top it off? I think we might have to top it off, actually. Looking at that, that is not going anywhere, which is a little bit weird and slightly annoying. Let's drop this down here. Wonder if there's a go now option on the tractor. Let's have a look. Right, we'll set that there. We'll set that going, and then we'll see if we can sort out this hired worker. So looking at this, I'm going to cancel job, create job, start job, and that should set it off. Yep, it's got the lid on, oh, it's got the cover on, and it's off. So yeah, if you find that you want to set an AI worker off earlier than you want, just stop the job and restart it, and it'll head off and it'll go and get it done. All in all, I think doing that extra row over there was a pretty good idea. We are, well, we've got 2 rows over that side because I cut in at the 3rd row. We've got roughly 2 rows out to the side there of us as well. So yeah, a 6-lane cut in, working really well here. Should finish the field off. We're waiting for our tractor to deliver at the moment, and it's gone up and around the top of the map. Currently heading down via field 19 and 22. So yeah, it does a massive a massive coverage of sort of the top of the map to go and tip that, which is a wee bit odd. I don't know why it's doing that. There are definitely more direct routes that it could be taking, but I think it tends to prefer the roads over doing any of the dirt tracks or anything like that. So it goes all the way up there, but it is about to deliver our 2nd load on here, so then we can see how much we have left that we need to actually get off this field and deliver to the grain elevator in order to complete this contract. And that is 74% that has been transported now. So that's good. How much? Let's keep that going. How much still needs to be dropped off for this contract then? 9,900 litres. So yeah, that's what we're aiming for now. I think we'll get a full combine's worth off here, and then see if we can just top it up that little bit and get the tractor and trailer to deliver pretty much exactly what we need it to. Yeah, 9,900. We have less than 2,000 litres left to go, and I don't think we're going to end up with that much actually for ourselves. Looking at this, we've only got a couple of rows to go after this, so we're coming up to a full tank, and there we go, 9,300. So once I get the tractor and trailer back here, we're going to need just 600 litres off this field in order to actually complete the contract. Now, because every single litre that we get off this field and can deliver to our windmill is going to make a massive difference to us, what I want to do is see if we can hit exactly 601 litres once we've emptied this combine. If we can do that, that will be the most exact delivery we have ever done for any contract in Farm Sim ever, and will allow us to get the maximum number of litres into our windmill that we can. Now, why am I doing 601 litres and not exactly 600? If there are any rounding errors in the calculation for what is needed for delivery on this field, then that is where it will fail to complete the contract, because we are 1 or half a litre or a third of a litre short. So 601 litres should ensure that the contract completes. So we're going to drop this like so. Yeah, there we are. Right, start our combine back up, get the auger in, and I'm hoping 601 litres we should be able to control very nicely. We are going to get it as close as we can, and it is going to come up very, very fast looking at this. 200, 300, 400. This is going to hit before the end of this row, I think. There we go, 500, and very slowly creep forward now. 60, 70, 80, 90, 603 litres. I will take that. That will complete this contract. So not quite the 601 litres that I wanted, but this should be enough to complete this contract and do it fairly exactly as well. Let's do this and empty it out. And yeah, then all we need to do is finish off the rest of this. Yeah, really not much in that combine. But we can now send this off on this again. So same settings as before. And away it goes. And yeah, it's going to go and grab on that row there, or that road there, while we complete this contract. Well, while we complete the harvesting part of this contract and wait for its return. Coming up to the end of the last row on the field, we're looking at 3,500 litres, which is pretty good. Or 3,400 litres, just under. So, yeah, that's a good amount. We are sitting fairly well off here. 3,400. It's 15 to 19, the conversion. So if we say 15 to 20 to make things easy, then about 3/4 of that, we are looking. We're looking at roughly getting 2,250-ish, I think, from that. So yeah. That will be a good amount of flour that we get off here. 2,250-ish litres would be a really good amount, actually. So I'm very, very happy with that. But now we can see the last of the oats being delivered that should complete this contract. Is our 603 the right amount? Let's check. We need to deliver... No, I think, yeah, we're completed. Look, there we go. And also, more importantly, this is not the contract we hired the equipment from. So we can collect this contract today as well, which is absolutely fantastic. First, I'm going to get the rest of the oats out of the combine and get them back to our farm. Got my tractor back here quicker by taking control and taking a slightly more direct route. so we are able to get this finished off. Let's try and get this under the auger of our combine. So open it up and bring it round. Yeah, about here should be good. Then we can unload this, get this completed, and yeah, pretty good day's work. I think we've managed to get this contract done, get everything complete and ready for the next day. We're going to go and deliver these oats down to our farm and get that completed. Let's just complete this contract. So yeah, there we go. Look, 6,616 pounds. So we will collect that. Absolutely wonderful. Our tractor and our combine can stay up here, although actually we'll run the tractor back, get these oats into our windmill. We are headed up to field 4 today because we have our second of our 2 harvesting contracts to get done today. It is a field full of canola, and we still have our harvester and our Kubota M7 here from the previous contract. This actually is a really nice tractor. I love this M7. It's M7172 that we've got on here. I think this is the one down from the one that I want to get on Calmsden Farm for the realism experiment. I really, really want one of these. I love this little Kubota. And would work absolutely perfect for us on there. Actually, as it would work for us well on here. I mean, we do already have 2 tractors on here. But yeah, I wouldn't say no to grabbing one of these on here. We do still have our New Holland combine over there. So I'm going to bring my Kubota over this way. And just park this here. And yeah. Over this way, we've got our New Holland combine. This being the CH770 that we had last time, that we did the field of oats with. You can see that field now actually has been fully worked by the farmer. So no evidence of the oats that we did there last time. That is after having completed the contract at the end of the last video. And getting the money in for that. We've now got 38,000, which is good. After today's harvest, we should be in a fairly good place maybe to get a cow area. I wanna get somewhere for our cows. We need to be producing milk. Because I want to get to baking a cake. That is my aim for the end of this series, is to have cake making started down at our bakery. And to do that, we're going to need some cows. We're going to need a dairy. And so, yeah, it's going to be a case of getting those things running. The first thing is going to be getting the cows running. And so, yeah, we need to do that. We're going to need money in to buy the cow shed. We're going to need money to buy the cows. And I want to get ones that are already producing milk, so they're going to be slightly more expensive. And we're going to have to buy the feed in because we don't have any grasslands ourselves. So, yeah, our crops are going to have to do that. So, getting these contracts done and continuing stuff with these are absolutely imperative to getting that stuff, or getting the ball rolling on that. I love the views out across Haut-Beyleron. I mean, look at that. You've got in this nice morning light, you've got the monastery up on the top of the hill, just framed by the misty mountain sides and the misty hills in the background. And then down the bottom, you can see the fields and the valley. And in the distance, I think you can just make out the viaduct going across the valley over there. It's really quite a beautiful map, this. One of the nicest base game maps I think I've ever seen in Farm Sim. Both this and Elm Creek, and in fact Erlengrat. So all 3 base game maps in FS22 are utterly fantastic. And yeah, I really like being up on this side of the map and just looking down over that valley. It is just so stunning to look at. I reckon with the odd shape of this field, we're maybe 3/4 of the way round. It's a very thin top end. We are over half full on our tank, on our combine. So this is a fairly good yield coming off here. I think it must have been fairly well fertilized and looked after, which is really good. That means we should easily make the amount that we need, or should easily be able to get the amount that we need off here to complete this contract. In fact, how much do we need to complete this contract? We're looking at delivering 42,700 litres. So, looks like this holds just under 10,000 litres, this combine. And the trailer that we've got takes 2 loads off this. So I think we're going to be... about 4 and a bit trailer fulls. No, 4 and a bit combine fulls to complete this field. I think we'll end up being maybe 2 and a bit trailers to complete this. So yeah, we'll deliver 2 trailers worth, and then we'll go and look at how much we still need to deliver, and we will just get that amount into the combine, empty that amount into the trailer, and then that should hit exactly what we need for this contract. That will mean that we then have the maximum amount of canola left over to take down to our windmill and turn into canola oil, which will maximize our profits on this field once again, and that is exactly what we're after. We're 80% full. I wonder if we can make it all the way back down to that tractor and trailer before we have to empty. There is only one way to find out. This is gonna be close. We are 93% full. And we are getting fairly close to this corner. 96, 97, 98, 99, 98% full. Wow, that is close, really close. But that should give us about half full on our trailer, maybe 49% full on this trailer. I think the nice thing about this combination of tractor and combine is that, yeah, this trailer does hold pretty much exactly 2 full tanks from this combine. So this combine holds over 9,000 litres. So I'm guessing 9,200 litres is going to be the amount that this combine holds. So, yeah, that's really, really good. That we'll get about 20,000 litres, maybe just over 18,000 litres in this trailer. That is going to be 2 and a bit trailer fulls in order to empty and complete the amount that we need to deliver for this contract. So yeah, that is pretty good. This should all work out really, really well, and we will keep an eye on how things are going as I spread the canola out a bit, and we head off and back into the canola for another tankful. So I have some good news if you like my content and want to see more of it. For those who don't know, I stream 3 nights a week over on Twitch, on a Wednesday, a Friday, and a Sunday. And I have been releasing VODs for the Realism Experiment series that I do over there, over on my second YouTube channel, which is Virtual Farmer 2. Now, it's been a little while since I've released a VOD over there, but as of yesterday lunchtime, I have started releasing the VODs from the live streams over there. I am now doing them as premieres, so if you want to discuss things with other members of the VFN while those are going on and want to go and have a chat and have a good time speaking with other people, I will be dropping in there as well. You can do so. It will. So the plan is for the VODs, for the release, as we have a fair amount of a backlog, is that I'm going to be putting them up as premieres on the nights that I'm not live on Twitch. So on a Monday, Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday at the moment, I will be putting the VODs up over on Virtual Farmer 2 as premieres. So chat will be enabled and you'll be able to go and check that out over there. And we're going to keep doing that until we've worked through the backlog. And once we work through the backlog of VODs, there are some VODs from early FS22 I plan to put up. So all the stuff from Elm Creek that so far hasn't gone up. Everything that I've got from there I will do. And we have a load of content from the end of FS19 as well. So all of the stuff from Bessie Beneath, the latter half of Bessie Beneath, the realism experiment on there, I'm going to put up on there as well. Because I think you guys tend to enjoy that stuff and like it and want to catch up on bits. So yeah, I want to make sure all of my realism experiment content is up there. Also, there's a few one-offs and things that I either might put up on here and do as premieres, or I might put up on there as premieres. Things like at the end of FS 19, I did a load of live streams that were retrospectives, so looking at the older versions of Farm Sim. So I'll either, I don't know whether to put those up on here or Virtual Farmer 2. So yeah, let me know what you think. I think considering that's where all the live stream stuff is, I might put those up on there instead on here, and again run them as premieres over there. If you're not already subscribed over on Virtual Farmer 2, I am trying to get up to the 1,000 subscribers on there, so please pop over. I'll put a link up in the top right hand corner, yeah, please pop over there, drop us a subscribe, and yeah, never miss anything from Virtual Farmer. I'm coming up to the second full tank on the combine. Quite pleased I've managed to go 3, well, almost full headlands without doing it. I was only planning to do 2 headlands initially, but this should work out quite well. What is the maximum fill of this? 9,300 litres. So that's great. Let's head over and go and grab the tractor and trailer. So this should pretty much give us a full trailer, I think. I'm not expecting it to not do that. That was a lot of negatives. Yeah, I'm expecting it to basically fill this trailer up now. We are in a position where 9,300 is a very decent amount, giving it a good spread across this trailer. Trying to spread the weight, because we want to make sure that the weight is spread as evenly as possible in this. Not so much an issue for a dolly trailer. You can, well, if you have it back weighted, it can cause a bit of a problem on slopes and things, but not quite so much as if you were doing a non-dolly trailer. Will this all fit in here? That's quite a lot we've still got left, and yes, there we go. So how much is in here? 99%. So yeah, this will hold the full 2 tanks from here, which is brilliant. Now what I want to do is set a hired worker going on this. So we need this to deliver to there. So let's create a job. We want to deliver. We are unloading. Where's this? I think that is. There we go. No, that's the cheese dairy. I don't want the cheese dairy. There we go. Snyder family is perm shop. So that is where we want it to go to, we want it to loop. We don't want it to loop from here. We want it to loop from here. So loading position, I'm going to put on the edge of the road there because I'm doing my cut-ins across the field like that. So let's start that job. Get out of their way. There we go. And now we should be able to get the rest of this going fairly well. Although I think that AI worker is trying to head over to that roadway over there. And hopefully they're going to make it. But yeah, there we go. They do really like to seek out the first piece of full solid tarmac they can get to. So with the headlands complete, I'm now going to start my cut-ins. And I've noticed a really neat little feature on GPS. So I defined my first row going along here like this and going, this is where I want to do. In fact, it's saying -3 at the moment, which is very, very interesting because that's not quite right for where I defined. So I want to take this -2, -1, 0. This, I think, is where no, in fact, I think I want to go +1 for my cut-in. So we'll go up to 1, and that should then be a 6-lane cut-in. So that is in the bottom right-hand corner. You can see GPS telling me what row I'm on and what row it will attach to. So turn it on. And down. And we should be a good 3 rows over from the edge, which we are, which is exactly where I want to be, because now we're going to get a nice 6-row cut-in. Although, yeah, I think my angle's slightly off because that is not heading where I thought it was. I think I must have the whole thing sort of given it a slightly skew width angle. Never mind. This will be fine. As I suspected, my my cut-in was very much not at the right angle. But we are 83% full. We're not going to make it the whole way down the next row without emptying. So I'm going to empty this out here. It does mean that we will probably need to, well, we're probably going to need to do an extra run or two anyway with the trailer. But the crucial thing is that we know we're going to have more than 2 full trailers to complete this contract. So it should be fine. It should be absolutely fine doing a not quite full second trailer. We'll then be able to fine tune exactly how much we need to deliver for the third one, and we can go from there. This is almost empty though. There we go. And now I can go and, well, do you know what? I'm going to finish off this little bit here, and then I'm going to go and cut back in on the further up the field, just sort of neaten this up, and then we're going to be in a position where we will be handling things a lot better for the rest of this field, at least until we get up to the top end and we have to deal with these odd angles again. We're coming up to a fairly full combine again. We are 86% full. We've started another cut-in, and I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to make it all the way back to the other end. Did I miss any at the end there? No. Good. It's worked out rather well. I managed to get this now into 6-lane lands that we're going through and doing. And yeah, we are at 91% full. I will be surprised if we manage to get all the way to the other end without having a full tank. I think it's going to be very, very close to the end. 96%. Yeah. Oh, this is slightly nerve-wracking because I do want to get out at the end of the row and tip this, but we are... There we go. Not quite. That's all right. What we'll do is we will get our auger out. and we'll go and get our tractor. We're going to have to move this tractor anyway for sort of the last couple of loads off here, or the last load off here, because, yeah, we're moving into the area where that's going to be a lot more precise that we have to be. We'll get the full load off this, though, and then that will tell us, or at least inform us of how much more we need. I love emptying the combine from this angle. I mean, this is just brings back so many memories doing this from here and just sort of loading the combine, or loading the trailer up with the combine, and just trying to spread evenly out the grain when you're doing it, so as not to load one particular part of the trailer more than any other part of it. That does it. Let's put the auger back in. We'll put that down and we'll see how full this is. Yeah, 92% works nicely. So let's send this off on the job again. Basically the same job. Gonna change where it ends up. I'm gonna make it end up there, facing that way this time, and start job, and away it goes. And it should go for the first piece of tarmac, which is over there. It's not going to use the dirt track next to field 9. It will go right up round the top to deliver this. We discovered this when we were doing field 9. It doesn't use the dirt tracks and cut across. Instead, much prefers to go tarmac the whole way. Our tractor is about to deliver the grain, so hopefully, or deliver the canola, so hopefully we're going to see how much, or what the progress is given on that. And once it's delivered, we can see how much more we need to deliver to complete this contract. It can sometimes take a little while to actually do that. But yeah, we can see it's dropping it now because the percentage is going up. 80% complete. But how much? There we go. 81% transported. So with all of that transported, and I guess our tractor now moving away, we can go back to the contract here, and we need to deliver another 7,100 litres. So that is our target now in our combine. We have 2,900 in here. We will empty the combine out when it hits 7,100 and a little bit litres, and that should then complete this contract. Well, yeah, that should be enough to complete the delivery for this contract, and then every piece of canola after that can go into our windmill and make oil for us and make extra profit. We are coming up to we're 6,800 litres, and I don't really want to do a, well, we're going to have to do a cut in. So this row here, this is 13, 14, 15. Right, we want to cut in about here-ish. 16, yeah. So in we go. And yeah, we need to stop this at exactly, well, just over 7,100. We're getting very close, and we're going to have to back out. There we go. 7,108 litres. That should easily be enough now to complete this contract. Auger out. That off, and let's go grab the tractor. That's quite a lot of field left. Quite a lot of canola left for us to make profit from. I'm really quite pleased. That's this is a high yielding field. I'm impressed. I'm very happy. It's all really, really good news. Let's bring this over here, unload this, and yeah, I don't know how much we're going to get off here. It's going to be less than I think. It's less than a tank, definitely. Is it less than half a tank? I don't know. I'm going to plumb for half a tank. If we get a half a tank off this, about 4,000 4,500 litres, I will be happy. That would be a decent extra amount of canola off this field for us to make some profit from. So put that in. We will send this now off to the sell point. So start job, because we don't need to make it any difference from what it was before. I think you're blocked by the combine, apparently. So let's move that. Start this up again. And away we go. Yeah, blocked by the combine. And now it's heading to the nearest piece of tarmac, which is the road directly behind. Contract is complete on field 4. We actually got an extra £1,018 off that. So we delivered slightly more than we needed. It was pretty much exactly spot on what it said the contract required. But it gave us 1,000. So I think that's probably an extra 1,000 litres more than we needed, which is interesting. And I think that might be to do with how much of the field we've harvested. So I'm very tempted to actually deliver slightly under on future contracts, especially of this sort of size. We are going to have... Ooh, even my estimate of half a tank was a bit high. 3,400, so 3,500 pretty much assured. But that's not bad, actually. I'm quite happy with that. 3,516 litres excess we've got off here. So I'm going to take the combine, park it over the corner of the field here, and then I'll take control of the tractor and trailer, and we can empty this out. And when we've done that, head back to our farm with the Kubota. I'm pleased with the results of this. This has gone very, very well. I think we still got a little bit of tinkering to do with the contracts to make sure that we maximize the amount of money we can get. Because even that 1,000 that we just got off here for delivering just a little bit extra of the canola than we needed to, that would have made more money had we got it into our grain mill. So yeah, we need to sort of refine that a little bit more. However, that is these contracts finished. We're just going to run this down to our farm and tip this canola into our windmill so that we can go and create some canola oil. And then it's still only 5 to 4, so I think there's a couple of more little jobs that we can get out of the way today. Back to our farmyard, and yeah, just turn in front of him. We want to get this lined up. Looks like our windmill is nicely going already. That is with the oats from last time, so that is currently creating flour. We want to get that transported down to our bakery, actually. We need to get the... Oh, wow, look at that. We've got a whole load of tomatoes. Those need delivering. Basically, as per what we've been saying previously, the perishables need to be sold as quickly as we can. So we have 5 crates of tomatoes to sell today. We have just the single thing of flour to do. Yeah, active productions is barley flour. I thought we were doing oats. Let's have a look in here. That's doing barley flour. Do we have... That's inactive. What do we have? We have oats. So let's deactivate the barley flour. Let's activate the oat flour. We want that. And let's activate the canola as well. That will then output those. Yeah, so that's going to output canola oil and flour, which we want to get down to the bakery. We need to now go and complete the contract if we've got nothing left in this trailer, which it looks like we don't have. Look at our sunflowers. They are coming along so nicely. pH value is okay. Nitrogen is perfect. We're going to get 121% yield out of 125% yield potential on these sunflowers. So that's really good. Right, let's complete this contract. We are looking at 6,700 minus 1,000, so 5,645. Let's collect that. There are a couple of baling contracts hanging about. One is silage bales, and the other is Tedder. You know what? I think we're going to hit the grass contracts next time. I'm going to borrow the items for both of these. Yeah, we'll borrow the items for both of these. There's a good overlap between the two, but it would cost... Well, this is... So what do we need from this? So we just need a bale wrapper. How much would a bale wrapper cost to lease? It's unfortunate neither of those bales have a built-in bale wrapper, because that would be perfect. Let's see. Bale wrapper, bale wrapper. There we go. Bale wrappers. 22,000 leasing that would cost us 1,122 to lease both sets of machinery. 107 and two, no, we will lease both sets of machinery. It's not a massive loss on those. And actually, if we got follow me going, we could use yeah, 2 of these bits. I think it's going to be a pain to pick these up, but we might be able to get an extra bale or so out of these, and maybe get something to start our cows. So yeah, let's borrow items, and we will also borrow items there, and that means next time we can take on some baling contracts. I was wondering where it was the other day, actually, that I'd got the mulcher, and it's on here. This mulcher is really quite nice and quite big. And yeah, I think we're going to end up getting that on the realism experiment as well, because it is just a nice big piece of kit that doesn't require a huge amount of horsepower. It just, yeah, works so well as far as that is concerned. Yeah, big and not heavily horsepower requiring is always a good combination. Right, and we got some tomatoes in here. No, we don't. Let's get our front loader tractor, which does have the pallet forks on it, and load up these tomatoes. 4 boxes loaded up. We're just going to grab the 5th one here, and then we can run this down to the sell point and get these sold before they go rotten. And yeah, then we've got 2 things of flour out already, so I want to take those down to the bakery and get them loaded up. And then we've got bread. We need to go and sell the last set of bread today as well. So I'm going to park this tractor here because we're going to be loading up the flour shortly. Just let the last of these be reboxed. And yeah, I have a rule with this trailer. If we are doing a straight up selling, then stuff can go in here and be reboxed. If we're just transporting, we can't use this. We've got to use a flatbed. Otherwise, it just seems weird to box stuff up into crates and then unbox it from crates. So yeah, that is my rule on how we work with this. If we're boxing stuff into here, it has to come out in those boxes as well. I hadn't actually realized the time. We're only just gonna get to here. Really? Today, I think. And what we'll do then is we'll load up the flour and the bread and get them sold first thing tomorrow morning. 2,381 plus a 142 on the environmental score. So yeah, 47,000. We are looking really, really good I'm quite happy with this. It has turned 6 o'clock though, and that is going to bring us to the end of the day. Today we're going to finish off the job that we were trying to get done at the end of the last video. We need to get all of the flour that's processed through our windmill. That needs to go down to our bakery and be and delivered there, ready for it to go into making bread, or hopefully eventually cakes. And then we need to take the bread that we got down there. I think we got a crate or two of bread down there. Take that up to get that sold and do that. We then have a couple... Oops, I'm at the wrong level. We have a couple of grass contracts to get done. So we've got one silage contract and one tedding contract. We have 2 Valtra G series tractors that we can use for that, so we're gonna go and grab them, hopefully get that job through fairly quickly. And yeah, I think we're gonna end up with a fairly full trailer of flour here as well, which is great because that is going to keep things running down at our bakery pretty well too. So fairly action-packed, fairly full day here on the farm, and hopefully we will get it all done. Last pallet of flour. Oh, the ground just drops away there down into the windmill. There we go. But yeah, we've got 65 litres of flour left in our windmill. So that will sit there really until we get another contract through. Oh God, I am... Yeah. Giant said at FarmCon on Saturday that the contract bug is going to get fixed, which I cannot wait for that. I started this video today. I came in at 7 a.m. This was full of harvesting contracts. And I just sat here and watched it, and watched every little one just disappear until we're left with a single cultivating and a single weeding contract. So yeah, I cannot wait until that bug gets fixed. Hopefully should be fixed with the next patch, which is... maybe a month away. Release of the Vermeer DLC should include the release of a patch, so not long now until it's fixed. But yeah, it is the most annoying of bugs, especially when you're running a start from scratch series like I am on here. It just causes you so many issues not to be able to do harvesting contracts. In fact, not being able to do 90% of the contracts that you should be able to do really cuts down your income considerably. We are going to go now and take this and head down to the bakery. We'll drop all this flour off. We've got nearly a full trailer full of flour, which is fantastic. 6,000 litres. And then we should be able to pick the bread up down there and get that loaded into this and sold. There's no easy entrance really from our farm into the bakery. We have to come in this way. Wow, I thought we were only going to have a couple of pallets of bread. We've got a lot. Oh, we're going to have to sort of back this up and box up all of that. First, all of our flour into the bakery. Yeah, our bakery's been busy. So we'll back up along here, rebox these up, and get them delivered to the farm shop. And yeah, make a good amount of money from them. So all loaded up, and we've got 5,000 litres of bread in here. That is absolutely brilliant. Only one place where we can sell them though. That is up at the farm shop over here. And so we'll turn in and it's around the back here. And there we go. Up and over and around. How much is the 5,000 litres we have in here going to be worth? Let's find out. That is a lot of bread. That's actually a big surprise amount of bread. 11,265 plus 675 pounds worth in environmental score as well. Absolutely perfect. What a good start to the day. Now I need to go and drop the box it off this, and we're going to head down to the shop and see what we can do about getting the grass working stuff together and heading up to the fields that we need to mow. Ted in one case, row, bale, and then in the other case, wrap into silage. So in order to do these contracts, we need to pop down here, grab our setup. This is quite an array of equipment we've got here for 2 contracts. Let's drop that off there. Right, so we actually have two complete setups here. And the reason why I ended up getting 2 setups, because it was negligible to do it. And we needed a tedder for one job, and we needed the wrapper for the other job. So what I'm going to do is jump in this Valtra here, I think. And we need to make sure that we get these 2 fields the right way round. Now, I think it's field 2 is the bigger contract, yes, than field 7. This is silage bales versus the hay bales on 7. Now, field 2 is up here and field 7 is here. And yeah, you can see the size difference. So we're making silage bales on there and hay on there. What I want to do is see if we can't cut a field with one machine, and then go round and while we're cutting the second, get everything done on that first field. Now, oh no, we're gonna need that. Perfect. Right, I want you to head up to the field. So let's select that, set destination, and we're going to send this up to field 2. I'm going to get both of these fields cut. And hopefully, yep, that's off. And this first field, we're going to need to get this windrows. So I'm going to grab one of the windrowers and follow up there with this. I think we're going to have to use... I don't want to use 2 separate balers, really. The field that's going to take... Yeah, I think we want to get field 2 baled before we bale... Oh, no. One is going to be... Yeah, one is going to be hay and the other's going to be grass. So, yeah, it doesn't matter. We're going to have to bale them separately anyway. But I think we want to bale the grass on field 2 first and then bale the hay on field 7 after that. We are almost up to the field. I'm going to use the tractor that I'm in to ferry equipment up to here. We can drop this off, send it down. I think we need to grab the tedder, to be honest. We need to grab the wrapper and we need to grab a baler. So that hopefully should be doable. Let's bring this over here. Right, and then I'm going to drop this off the back. Yep, like so. There we are. And then we'll spin this around, send this down to the shop, and I should be told then when this reaches it. So set destination. Come on, all the way over here. We will park you there like that. And that should now head off. There we go. And then that leaves us free to start this, unfold all of this, and get to doing the mowing of this field. So we have done mowing on this field before. I'm quite looking forward to being able to get more off here because I think this will be absolutely perfect. And let's switch on the rear one as well. Down it goes. And then we can start getting a very nice amount of grass off here. So yeah, we are doing silage on this field, and we are doing hay on field 7. Neither of them are particularly big fields, so my hope is that we will get both of these cleared today. Let's see how far off the end we can go here. That's a fair old way. So yeah, I'll inform the rest of my cutting as to how far extra and how much more we can get based on what just happened then. Because yeah, look at that. That's a good extra swath around this field we can grab. So I'm getting a good extra width around the outside of this field. That has been a great extra perimeter. And look at that. And our other tractor has got down to the shop. So let's pop down there. And we'll start this up, and we'll grab our next piece of kit that we're going to need up the top. I think on this field that's going to be a baler, but I very much want to grab this first. Because we're going to want to go and tether the tether field 7 before we do that. Right, so let's now send this up to the side of field 7 so that we can go and drop that off there. And with that done, we can head back up to our mowing. 2 headlands done, and yeah, very happy with that. 10% complete on this contract, but that doesn't surprise me with a grass contract. These tend to show completion up to 20% until you start delivering bales. Final row, just to clear things up. There's a little patch of grass off to my right. But all in all, that has got cut fairly quickly, which is great news. The grass fields that are available on this map are pretty small ones. You kind of need to plant your own grass if you're gonna do anything of a large scale grass work here on Haut-Beyleron. Let's turn this back on, unfold and unfold. Yep, turn that on. And I'm gonna get that to overlap quite a bit as we cut into here. Nice and straight. So we'll bring that in here and like that. Oh, this was almost a perfect row, almost a perfect cut, but look at that tiny little slither we've got going down the middle of the field. And that is both fields nicely done and cut. Oh, no, fold you up, lift the front one, and off. There we go. Perfect. I really do love these little G-Series Vultras. I've got one of these on the Old Stream farm, and it just works great for all the grass work I do on there. It's just they're little powerhouses. They really are. Listed under small tractors, they are, yeah, there we go, 84,000 for 110 horsepower. That's really great. And they go up to 145 horsepower. And that, 145 horsepower for just over 100,000. Yeah, absolutely brilliant little start from scratch tractor. You wouldn't regret doing a start from scratch, starting with one of these, I don't think. End of the tedding, and we've covered this field really well. There we go, folding that up. So I'm going to go and stick this with the mower, and we'll then head up to the top and start rowing up field 2. And I want to just run around the edge of the field first, get a good headland around it. We've got enough space to turn around in general, so I'm not too worried about it. But this has quite a good reach on it as well. I like that we've got one this size for this job and not a smaller one. Last little bit of this grass field, Fairly uneventful, but worked pretty well. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Our baler has made it. I can see it at the top end of the field, so that's good. Let's take this one down to the hay field then. Do a quick perimeter around it. I think this is basically going to complete most of the field doing a perimeter around this. But we'll give it a go. We'll see if we can pull some of this grass in from the edge. Yep, we can. Perfect. And then, yeah, that should be in a position where we can get this all baled. Can't remember exactly how much each bale holds, which is unfortunate. I may have to look that up in a moment. In fact, I might be able to pop back to my farm and have a look, because we do have bales, straw bales down there, still sitting there, that we've not done anything with. So I might check out what size they are and how much they have. I've sent the other G series down to the shop to pick up the bale wrapper for this field once this is done. I have had a quick look down at the at our main farm and had a look at how much each bale holds, and I think the mid-sized ones, so the 150s, yeah, I think they hold 5,000. I think it's 6,500 for the 1800s, and for the 125s, I think it's 4,500, if I remember correctly. We'll find out in a minute, because I'm gonna go and bale some. But before we do that, we need to find out how many liters do we need to deliver. We need to deliver for the tedder. This is interesting. So 4K, which is the small ones, there's 5 of those need delivering for that, and 9 for this one. So we want to do these smaller bales, I reckon. Yeah, I think it's gonna work out better, although no, we can't wrap. Yeah, we're gonna go with the small bales. I know it'll take longer to deliver them, but we will get more bales out ourselves. These should be the 4,000 kilogram bales, which is, no, these are 3.5s. That's annoying. Right, so we do need to up our size. Let's up the size, and I think these then must be the 4,000 liters. And yeah, we definitely can't go any bigger than this. So it's really in this baler 1,800. That's 5,500. This is 3,500. Yeah. So there isn't a 4,000 liter bale. What do we need to deliver then? 16,200 for, oh no, 33,800 would be, oh god, my maths are gonna fail me here. I think we want to do these ones. 11, 22, 33. Okay, 33,000 liters would be 6 of these bales. So that is what I want to do. Got 12 bales off this field so far. Are we going to get a 13th? It's going to be close. I don't think it's quite going to happen. Oh, no, 19. Okay, that is so close that there must be 1 or 2 little bits. There we go. Off here. So 13 bales. We know that we only need to deliver 6 of these in order to actually complete this contract. So that's pretty huge. In fact, that's fantastic. I think, yep, I can see the other Vulture just appearing at the top there. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go down. We're going to get the hay baled up. And then we're going to come back up to this top field and get all of that wrapped, ready for us to go and drop off in a little bit. On here, I think what we want to do is have one of these big bales, or one of these medium-sized bales, actually, 1,500. Yeah, sorry, 150 centimeters. These are 550 liters. Oh, no, really? 600 of it. Okay, so this will do. Okay, I think we want 2 of these then. Do 2 of these, and then I'm going to do a smaller bale instead. And yeah, we'll see how that adds up. So let's we are all down and everything. Yeah, I want 1 more of these 150 centimeter bales, and we'll put this on, and then I think we only want then it's like it's about 4,000, which should do it. And that should basically be 3 bales to deliver that will finish this field off, which would be very, very good. Right, dump that out. And then, before we close it up again, change the bale size down to the 125 centimeters. Close up, and we want 1 125 centimeter bale. We could have possibly got 2 125s out of here at the end, but yeah, there's not enough for a full one, unfortunately. I'd love to just empty that hay out and take it. Right, let's turn that off. We want to drop this off as well. So we have we've got 2 bales for us off here. So nowhere near as much as we got with the silage, and I reckon that we probably want to get another hay contract as soon as we can. Help us to get some more hay bales in, or alternatively, just buy some more hay bales in. Maybe sell a silage bale. Actually, that's not a bad shout. Sell a silage bale and get a couple more hay bales in. Right, let's send this back down to the shop. We need to pick up our collector bits. So set destination, going there. Meanwhile, we're going to head back up the top and get started with the wrapping. Gonna be able to wrap these up fairly quickly. I want to wrap this up quickly now because it is 6:45 in the evening. I had not realized that we'd gone quite so long. This is one of those episodes that has taken longer simply because of the amount of stuff we're doing. So I am, yeah, I'm quite pleased with this. This has worked well, but there's still a considerable amount of work to do before we are done. Sun is beginning to set now. It is 7:30 in the evening, and we've only got this and 1 more bale to wrap. And the last bale we've got to wrap is actually the small ones, so that's good. Let's drop that off. Load this up. There we are. And then that is this done. I'm actually going to leave this up here. Right. And we'll drop that off there because that's a little bit of a weird one, and leave it well out of the way of the field. We'll drop this off here. And I'm going to send this tractor back down to the shop because I've managed to get 1 of the loader bits up here. But because I didn't do it early enough with the other equipment, we still got 1 down at the shop. So we'll send this down to the shop here to pick up the other one. Meanwhile, over here, we've got this tractor that we're going to hop over into, because this has the pickups for here. Now, I said we need 3 bales from here. So let's unfold the rear ones, unfold the front ones. And yeah, so we need 2 big ones and 1 small one. The small one is just there. So we'll lower this down. I think we'll try and put the small one on its own on the back, maybe. I think it's going to be a bit of a pain to try and load otherwise. So now, wow, are the big ones going to fit on here? I hope they are. No, this is tight. This may be a problem. No, don't do that to me. Do these only take those smaller 130 centimeter bales? Or will this actually line up well enough to take the 150s? Oh, it's going to be tighter. No, I think this only takes the 130s. No, that's a big problem. Because I don't have a flatbed on here. Oh, no. Oh, man. Okay. It does take the 150s. It's not easy to load them up, though. They are, yeah, you have to position yourself perfectly. So we have got to be very, very careful when lining up. We need to be dead straight onto them. And, yeah, we can't afford any mistakes because it just pushes them out the way otherwise. That is so tight. Right down on the floor. Carefully. No. Right, there we go. Try not to lose the other one. But it really is a very, very small margin. There we go. Right, that's got them on. Up. And fold it before those disappear off the end. Oh, wow. Yeah. These do not fit on this at all. Mental note for future. I think I might have to go and get a... might have to go and get a bale trailer because that is not secure by any means. Those are going to pop out at any point. And we are not going to be able to do an entire top field of those bales like that. Just not going to happen. So, yeah, going to have to get a bale trailer, and that is going to cut into the profits for this. Maybe I can get a nice cheap one. And we'll see if we can stop this rolling by catching it on here. Oh, yeah, it's on. Up and fold. Right, let's see if this actually completes this contract. Where are these going? The hay bales, they need to go to the livestock market, which is the other side of the bridge. Let's head down there. I think it's probably a good thing that our other G series is down at the shop, because we are going to have to probably pick up a bale trailer to get this finished. So I've managed to safely navigate my way over to the animal market. Drop, well, not that one, drop the front one down, because that is wildly unstable, and unfold it. 82% transported. This is boding very well. And done. Perfect. So yeah, that initially seemed to be a little bit short. Actually, spot on, perfect. Now, this is not going to work for us transporting 6 bales down here from that upper field. So I am going to leave this here for today and grab a bale trailer next time. We'll clear up our mess and we will get everything sorted. Today we're heading down to the shop. We have a mess to clean up on fields 2 and 7. We managed to successfully get some bales down and complete the contract on field 7 last time. But field 2 is a little bit different beast. We've got a lot of bales still up on that field. We need to deliver at least 6 of them to complete the contract. So, yeah, we need to get something down there that's better than these. Because, unfortunately, we have created bales that are too big to fit on these grabs. And to be honest, we have a whole load of straw bales down at our farm anyway. So we need to move them at some point. So what I'm going to be doing today is grabbing us a bale trailer. I don't think we have anything in there. No. So let's pop into here. It will be under bale carrying or bale transport, which is here, bale loaders. That's what it's under. And we have several options. So I've got the bale trailer from Bailey. That's 8,500. A little bit expensive. One of my all-time favorite trailers, really multi-use trailer, the Johnston. That's 11,500 plus 1,750 on top to add the bale module. So I'm not going to go with that. What I'm thinking of going with is this. The Lizard G54. Really nice and cheap, really easy to use, and should handle the bales we're after fairly easily. I'm going to go with the standard wheels on it. Main color, I'm going to go in red. Design color, I'm going to go in the darker black. And then the rim color, I'm also going to go in red. We are not going to have a number plate on this. And so, yeah, there we go. 16-ton trailer. Should do us fairly well, this, I think. 2,600 in the end. So not very expensive, but should be perfect. So we're going to buy that. Yes. Okay. So that is now out here somewhere. And I'm going to attach it to one of the G-Series Vultures we've got for this contract. Because I did think of just taking my front loader tractor up there and loading on with that. But to be honest, I think those bales are going to be a little bit weighty, and we're probably going to need a weight on the back of the tractor up there. So we're going to hook this up to here and get this up to the field using this tractor and carting it using this tractor, because that makes sense. So let's get a hired worker sending this up to here. Right, where are we? Let's select our vehicle, which is that one there. Let's set the destination, which is up there, like so. And that should now be away. Yep, there it goes. And we're going to head back up to the farmyard and grab our front loader tractor so that we can go and get that up to the field and get started loading some bales. We're about 41 episodes. In fact, I think this is episode 41 that we're up to of this series. And we're now making really good strides on here. I'm very much thinking... I've had this started up. I've left the engine up here this morning. Yeah, I'm very much thinking that what we're going to be doing on here is probably taking this series up to about 50 episodes. We will get these sunflowers harvested and get the sunflower oil in from there. I want to get the cows in the next short while and get them all set up. We've got a couple of cow pastures, I think, that should work fairly well for us for that. And that then means sorting a dairy out. And as I said earlier in the series, I think we're going to buy in some industrial sugar. And so the aim over these last 10 episodes, looking to end with episode 50, is going to be to get the cakes made. So everything we're doing now is going towards that. We're getting feed for the cows with these contracts. We're going to be placing our cow pastures. We're going to try and get hold of a dairy. There is a dairy on the map. So my hope is we'll be able to get hold of that over the next 10 episodes. We want to buy a few cows and get the milk production going. And if we can do that, we can create butter as well as milk. And then we will be in a position where we are able to get the cakes made. So that is the aim over the next 10 episodes. Can we bake cakes? Can we make and sell cakes before the end of this series? To be honest, I very much feel that that target should be within our grasp, and as a result, yeah, I think we'll make that on here. Right, we've got our tractor. Our G series has arrived and is up the top here. So let's just bring this into here. Now, can I pick up 2 bales at once? Is that going to be too much, even with this weight on the back? I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that that is going to work. How many of these? Oh, that's a good point. How many of these do we need? I said 6, but I'm not 100% sure about that. What do we got here? Let's see the details. 33,800. 2 of these bales, I think, is 11,000. Let's have a look. Yeah, 11,000 litres. So 6 of these would be 33,000. That is slightly under the requirements for the contract. So yeah, I think that would do it. I think that would be enough. God, speaking of being enough, this weight on the back is just enough to get these on here. That is quite a weighty amount on that trailer. So we're going to deliver 6. I'm actually going to take 8. We got 13 bales here. Taking 8 will leave 5 for us. It will also mean that we get an extra little bit of money. In fact, what we might do is take 9, including the small bale. So we don't need the little bale that's over there. We can put that on top. And that will then leave us with 4 silage bales for us to do the cows with. That should be plenty. I'm not expecting us to need much more than that. And we can always come and do some more contracts and things if we find we need to. Right. Getting into the other side of this is going to be interesting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7, 8, 9. We're going to put 4 more on. So that's going to leave 5 on the... Oh, wow. Actually, yeah, I think we got 13 of this size bale plus the small one. So this will leave 5 bales for us. That actually is pretty perfect. It also ensures that we do absolutely have as much as we need. But I don't know if that will... well, it'll just give us a little bit of extra money, which is exactly what we need now. We have a lot of stuff to buy. We've got the dairy to buy, and we have got the cow pasture to buy as well. Final 2 to get on the trailer. I don't know if this loader is going to be in the way. Is that, or can I get around? No, I can get around that. That's good. So, bring this on here. Now, these bales only just fit on this trailer. And actually, we're on a slight downhill slope here. So this might be a little bit painful. But I want to... Right, okay. Get these on here. Hopefully, without making them fall off. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's fairly wide. They're a little bit wider than this trailer. We have got them on, and we have got them strapped down, so that's all good. I want to quickly grab this bale here. As I said, it's smaller than the others. It's only 3,500 litres. But it is... And as a result, sorry, it's not a huge amount of use to us. It needs to be... it needs to go on top of here, I think. That way we can clear it out, and we only have to worry about the 5 bales, then, that we've still got on the field. Along with the bales we've got in the other one. We've got more of these smaller bales on the other field. We only delivered 1 of the small bales from our other side. Oh, there is one up the middle there. That does it perfectly. So yeah, we only delivered 1 of our small bales from the hayfield. So we're going to have at least... 1 more to deal with off there. Right, let's leave this here. And I'm going to go and take this G Series down to the BGA. And we will see if... Well, no, this should complete the contract. It's a case of how much extra cash are we going to have from it. Biogas plant is an even further distance to travel than the animal market is. But we have made it down here. My biggest worry at the moment is... can we unload this without needing our front loader? That is slightly worrying, but we'll see. We'll pull in here and see if it starts unloading. No. If I do that, there we go. All in, contract complete. Only an extra 4,067. So didn't make that much from those extra bales as I thought we might. So yeah, worth holding on to them rather than selling them on, because they're going to be much more use to us to feed the cows. So back up to the field and bring it in and on here. And if I park in the middle of where all these bales are, we should be able to load them up fairly quickly. Put this here, and yeah, try and keep it on a fairly flat area of the field as well would be useful. Grab our Z-Tor, back it up, and we've got 2 over here, 3 over there, and that should then clear this field. I'm going to load the back first because we'll get more over the wheels if we do that. And that should make the the little Valtra a little bit more stable going down the road. Hopefully avoid lifting the back wheels off the floor though. Right, and in. Depth perception. I've said it many times before. Not the easiest thing in Farm Sim. Right, there. Come on. That's got it. They're at slightly different heights, which is always a pain to unload. But if we are careful, we can maneuver it so that that'll be fine. I don't want to put these on here too far, because as we discovered with the last load, they need to overhang a little bit from the edge. That's what I feared. Don't bounce. Yeah, look at that. Slightly different heights meant that we managed to pull that one off ever so slightly from the trailer. And as a result, we weren't able to get it onto the trailer properly. Right, try the same thing again. There we go. They're on the trailer. It's not pretty, but they're on. I did the thing that I always seem to manage to do when I'm trying to put silage bales on a trailer. Managed to unwrap one of them, which is very, very annoying. But we can get... Actually, from here, I'm going to put this on the other side. Yep, like that. And then hopefully... Yeah, there we go. So we've got space for 3 more bales on here. And, yeah, then any small ones on the top. So let's pop down to the other field and see what hay bales we've got kicking down there that can come back to our house. And hopefully I've got Follow Me on here. Yeah, there we go. Let's head down there. Here we go, round and down, and just the other side of this house should be our hay bale field. How many do we have on here? Count 2? Oh, wow. I thought we had more than that. So 2 bales by the looks of things on here. That's fine. That will get us started at the very least with our cows. But I thought there was another small one up here. Did we only get 5 bales in total off this field? That's a really small... I suppose that makes sense. But yeah, that's a really small amount off here. I think long run, we will probably, as I said last time, have to get another contract on here. Or even just buy this field. I mean, this is not an expensive field. but it may be that it's more expensive to buy it than I'm willing to put in on this. Right, we should be able to load this up on here. That bale on the right is really wonky though. Loading this up on the road is going to, yeah, make the traffic very unhappy. But never mind. Let's get this. See if we can get this on here. Yeah, not the best. This, but it is going to fit on. So on it goes. We will get this strapped down. Double pressing it. Don't mean to do that. Right, there we go. Then we can take both of these back to our farm and we can complete this contract. I am just going to do a quick run around this field because I really thought I had at least one other small bale, but apparently not. No, there's not even one that's rolled off anywhere. Okay, back to our farm. So there we have it. All of that has been cleaned up. Look at those gorgeous sunflowers. Those fields are so near to being ready, and that's just going to produce a huge amount of oil for us, which is brilliant. Very, very happy with the way that has gone. Our bale-trailered tractor is coming in behind us. Just going to turn this off here. Now, these bales, I'm just going to leave on the trailer, actually. And let's take the hired worker off that. And park them next to the bales we've already got here. They will eventually go up to the cow area. So, bring this into here. And pop that there. But yeah, we do not need all of that straw. So that, come at the end of the year, can be sold off as well. All in all, though, I'm pretty happy with those contracts. Let's pop into here. We have a little bit of loss due to what we leased. But in general, that's all good. Field 2 is 8,500. So we'll collect that and collect that. And that pretty much would have paid for the bale trailer. We've got a few contracts kicking around. There's not awful ones at the moment. There's that massive cultivating contract, which we might have to take on. I don't know how much the dairy is on here. To build our own dairy is probably going to cost a fair whack. Production, factories. Where is the dairy? There it is. So 70,000 for us to build our own dairy. I don't think we have a... Oh, yeah, we do. We have a small dairy that we can build ourselves for 50,000. So there is that. But at the moment, I'm more interested in getting the cows set up and started. So let's take the truck and we'll head up to the area where I want to do the cows. We've got 69,390 pounds to play with. That should be enough for us to get a some cow setup done. Now we do need to get some TMR into them, some total mixed rations. So I'm gonna have to at the very least release a mixer for that. Right, so where I want to put the cows is up the top here. It's a little bit away from our farm, but it's should work out fairly well for us. We've been holding on to this land to do this. Let's have a look at what we've got in here. Construction, animals. Now, for cows, you're looking at anywhere from 75,000 up to 722,000 for the base game stuff. But Alien Jim has released his cow barns, which are 40,000 each. Perfect for here. And we got the simple cow barn, though, which is 25,000. I think this does do milk. So actually, that would be perfect. And we'd need to get it with... Yeah, it's going to cost us a fair whack of money to get it done. Can I minimize the price this is going to cost me? Not easily. It overlaps with another object. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, we can. That's only 25,300. So there looks to be a fairly flat area. There is most definitely not, and it's probably going to affect our crop. So I'm looking to put this here. 25,300. There we go. Look at that. Our little cow yard up the top here. A little bit of a raise there, but otherwise, for most part, it's nice and flat. So what I might do is just get the leveling tool on there a little bit. Let's go landscaping, and we're just gonna... Oh, I am standing right in the way. I am just going to smooth this out a little bit. Now, we didn't need a massive... we didn't need a massive area. All we needed was to be able... Or a massive cowshed. We just needed to be able to actually do stuff with the cows. So we've got milk coming out of here, feed, water, and the cows themselves. Now, for us to buy some... We've got up to 25 cows. Now, those won't produce... I don't know how old. So these are 0, 12 months, 18 months. So healthy and older than 18 months can reproduce, at which point we will get milk. So I am going to get some Holsteins. If we get... Because we got a fee for transporting them and getting them here. 10,000. We get 10 cows. That's 15,500 plus 1,000 to get them transported to us. Yep, we are going to grab 10 cows, get them set up. And look at that. We've got some cows. We've done it, chat. We've got cows. Now we need to feed them. So let's go grab them some water. And then we're going to go and see if we can get a feeding wagon for not a huge amount of money. And get our first TMR into them. We're still having to travel quite a way for water on here. I would like to put a water tank in, but considering that I am 23,000 short of what I want to make my next purchase on, I want to save up the money, save up the cash, and sort of work towards that. So what we're doing at the moment is just going to fill up our water trailer. We're only going to do one load with the water trailer from down here. I found this is the most effective point to fill up the water trailer from. A couple of people have suggested a couple of other places, but this really brings you fairly close to the water's edge and allows you to really easily back the water trailer into the river. Just down here like this. Right, and then refill it, and it's nice free water out of the river. And we'll take this up to our cows, get them something to drink, and then we can go from there as to trying to get a mixing wagon and getting them fed. Back up to the top with the water. We should be able to pull in over here. Yeah, like so. I do wonder if it's worth putting in a water butt up here. Water is not accepted here. Oh no, a little bit further forwards. There we go. Unload the water. Are they going to take all 7,500 litres? I think they'll take the vast majority of it if they don't take all of it. Yeah, there we go. All of that in. So how does that look for our cows? Oh, wow, we need to go feed the chickens as well. But the cows, yep, that's a good amount of water to get them started. We want to pop down, though, and we're going to go and find a feeding wagon. Let's see what we've got in the shop that we can grab in the way of feeding wagons. So animals, yeah, the cheapest one in here is 29,500. I don't have any mods in here, and I just want to keep this going at the moment. Again, I'm going to lease this, so I'm not going to put a number plate on it for now. Let's lease that. So this costs £295 per day and 619 per work hour. It's actually probably worth just keeping this kicking around at £295 per day. So yes, we are going to lease that because eventually we will. It'll pay for itself, and that's fairly useful. We're not going to be using it very often, especially as we're not going to be getting bales in very often. At the moment, we have to buy bales in order to get them for feed. But there we go. And I'm going to hook this up to the other tractor while I'm loading it so that it can mix while we're loading. And then we will switch tractors around when it comes to doing the feeding. Or maybe I'll just drive the New Holland up the top to feed the cows. That might work as well. So let's bring this back into our farm and disconnect it here. Like so. And then head over to here, and I think we're probably best pulling the bale trailer out. I think that will be the best way to go with this. Now, this only holds... How much does this hold? This only holds 11, so yeah, just under 12 meters squared. What we can do then with the size of these bales, put in one hay, one silage, and then we got a little bit of straw that ended up in our silo that I need to get out anyway. So what I'm gonna do is just top it up with that, and we can go from there. So like that. Let's take that off. Then I want to switch tractors and hook this up to our feeder. This is a little bit overkill for what we really have. Although, actually, these tractors are fairly similar in their horsepower. We tend to use this for field work because it is a little bit more chonky and it has a better turning circle. Although it, of course, doesn't have the crop sensor bits on it or the GPS. So yeah, these two tractors tend to both sort of be all-rounders on our farm. Let's undo that, and undo that. And yeah, I am going to put that one in first because heck, I uncovered it. I might as well. There we go. Get rid of it nice and early. And in. I think that front one is still gonna be strapped down. Let's have a look. Are you gonna pick it up? Yeah, it's still strapped down. Go and undo that strap and hopefully not undo this bale. Yeah, there we go. Oh, always a worry. Come on, both of those off. And this is why I had the weight on here earlier, because you can see how much that is destabilizing this tractor to have these two bales on here. Right, go uphill a little bit, spin it round, and then somehow we're going to get these two bales in. In fact, I know exactly how. I'm going to take them one at a time because the wheel weights on this tractor can handle these one at a time. So silage bale in first. We'll drop that in there. That will mix that in. And then on top of that, we're going to add this. Oh, wow. And this is 6,500. So we only want about, we want to leave about 1,000 litres in this, I think. Although, no, actually, this will take all of it. And it should be still a good enough mix. Yeah, just 100 litres short. That is fine. So park this here. And we will turn on the mixing as we take this up the top to go and get our cows fed and start the milk production going. Like all my series, I think this tractor could do with a good clean. But we got a very dirty tractor here. Smoothing that land out was a very good idea. That's working really well. TMR out. And yeah, let's get our cows fed. And there we go. The cows are going to take all of it. Fantastic. Right. I am very happy with that. That is a great start. We've got our cows all set up. And they should start producing some milk now. Yep, well over half full. We have decent amount. So with any luck, we're going to get some milk and can get this journey towards making some cake started. Today, we are headed back down to the shop. I need to get some feed for our chickens. And we need to get a couple of bags of fertilizer. This is because our sunflowers aren't quite ready to harvest yet. And we need to get a little bit more money in. We've got 25,000 is where we're sitting about now. We are costing a little bit of money each day because we still have that cow feed mixer. So we've got that going on. I'm just going to bring this around here. And so we've got our TLX truck here. We're just going to buy a couple of sacks of fertilizer because if we look in here, we have, well, quite a few fertilizer contracts. We've got about £24,000 worth of fertilizer contracts we can do today. So that's going to be our aim, is to try and get through these 4 contracts once we've done our other stuff on the farm. The most important, as I say, being that we need to feed the chickens. So a bag of wheat for chicken feed is fairly expensive. I was hoping to maybe get a contract or 2 to do this, but doesn't seem to be the case. So 1,400 for that. And then we've got the other really expensive thing, which is the solid fertilizer. And I'm going to grab a couple of bags of this, seeing as we've got a lot of contracts to do. Which unfortunately does take us down to 20,000, but there's not much I can do about that. We've got the little Manitou here. Now this should be able to load these up. Whether these can load things far enough into our trailer is my big worry. But yeah, this is down at the shop. And once again, he's owned by the shop. So that we can load things up here. Doesn't do great with these bags, but it does at least kind of work. Yeah, we're going to have to try and maneuver this in from here like this. That's as high as it goes. Just about reaches into our trailer, but it's how far we can get it into the trailer with this. Oh yeah, that is not very far, is it? So we might have to think of another way of doing this, because I'm not sure I can get all of these on here with this. The Kubota is really, really good. The Kubota front loader is really great for loading this stuff up. But I don't want to get on that on there on here unless we absolutely have to. Does this not go wide? Oh, this should go wide enough to pick up 2 of these. Yeah, there we go. Right. Let's see if we can get this going. Otherwise, we'll have to bring the flatbed out here and come and do it. Or bring the fertilizer spreader up here and come and do it. So that is as high as that lifts. Don't think that's high enough to get it over the side of our truck. Oh, it might be. Oh, it's going to be close either way. Yeah, that is. That is just high enough to get it over the top. Unfortunately, I can only get one of them over the top. Like that. Okay. That one in there like so. We'll reverse it off. And hopefully, there we go. And then get the other one up. And we might be able then to stick the other one in the side. This is quite a bit of weight, though, we're putting in the back of our truck here. Whoa! Oh, we're all right. We're still on our wheels. But, yeah, that's what we get for putting it right on the outside there. So back this off, put it on the tip, and then slowly move this forwards. And it should... There we are. And... Okay, that's a little bit messy. Can I just massage the bag in? Yeah, there we go. Thankfully, not putting the fork through the side of it. And then we'll just park this up over here and strap that all down. I'm quite pleased. I thought we weren't going to get all 3 of those on there. We certainly can't do more than 3 onto there. So let's get these all strapped down. This TLX is really, really useful. Absolutely fantastically useful. Right, close up the back. Yep, we're all good. Let's get this back to our farm with the 3,000 litre. I'm just going to pop in on our cows on the way home. It's want to check that we started producing some milk and they're doing okay. So easy way to do that. Pop in at the top farm here and we'll just park up here for a moment. So I've given them some extra feed. I popped back after the end of yesterday's video or the last video, sorry. And yeah, we gave them a bit of extra feed. We currently have a total capacity, so we're just under full capacity on the food. We've already got our first 328 litres of milk, which is perfect. And yeah, they're looking very, very healthy. In comparison, our chickens are not. So yeah, we need to go and deal with them today. I am still very, very impressed with the bottom corner of this field, or the bottom corner of this area that has quite nicely smoothed out over here. I was slightly worried about that when we first started. Because, yeah, even here, there's not a huge hump down the side of the building. So that I'm really, really happy about. We've managed to sculpt it into the landscape here rather nicely. Now, the space to the left of it, yes, to the left of the building, this is where I want to put the dairy. I want it right next to our cows. So we have to transport stuff a really short distance to get it into there. But we need to be able to afford it, which is what we're trying to raise. Well, at this point, £30,000 in order to do. So let's get this stuff back down to the farm. And what we can do is get the chickens fed, get some more eggs in, which will be great. And yeah, at some point we're going to have to do a perishables run today. We've got a load of tomatoes there, and I think there's some bread sitting down at our bakery. So there's a fair amount of work to be done around here. Right, back this tractor out, drop off the front loader, and then hopefully I can still reach my bag lifter at the back here. Quite a tight little space that we've got here. That's not great. We're pushing our bale spike round. But yeah, that's not bad. And now we should be able to lift the bags off the back of our truck here and get the chickens fed. It's really a bit of a mishmash of little jobs that we've got to do today. Stuff that needs getting out of the way. And oh, we've got to start this up to drop the tailgate. I forgot that. There we go. And that means that we should get all of this out of the way. I'm expecting our sunflowers to be ready to harvest probably in October, looking at this. And judging by the fact that we've got better contracts now that prevents the NPCs on the map from harvesting their crops, it means we should be able to get some harvesting contracts. Does mean that we should have a lot of harvest. Right, that is actually pretty good. We got a little bit of leftover feed. It wasn't a massive, massive cost. That's fantastic. We've got a few eggs to go before we've got a full pallet over there. So let's get our spreader out. We're going to use it on this tractor anyway, because that is what needs to. This tractor really is what needs to run it. So there we go, and then I'm going to open that up and bring it over here. And yeah, we've got a little bit of fertilizer in there at the moment. We're going to top it up, put all of this, all 2,000 litres of this in, and hopefully that will be... And there we go. It's not a huge amount in there. 2,367 litres of fertilizer in there. If it's not enough, if it doesn't do the contracts, what we should be able to do is can I lean out? Yeah, there we go. Should be able to do is just go and pop down the shop and grab some more. Considering how much these contracts pay, I think it would surprise me if it required more than that. I mean, that's nearly 4,000. Well, no, that is 4,000 litres. Sorry, 4,000 pounds worth of fertilizer. Considering that that's pretty expensive to do the contracts that we're looking at. Let's have a look at these contracts. So 15, 28, 45 and 48. 15 is really close to us. 28 should be fairly close to us as well. 24, I think 28 is there. 45 and 48. 45 is there, 48 is there. So we are going to take 15 on first, 28, 45, and then 48. So 15 first, then 28, and then 45, and then we're trying to stick to just having 3 contracts on the go at once. So once we finish 15, we will pick up 48 as well. And there's a couple of weeding contracts that come out. Not that I have a... Field 15 is just the other side of the railway tracks here, though. And yeah, we can get lined up for this fairly easily. Let's turn on the GPS. We'll turn on the lines. And then we're going to continue what I was doing last time with the GPS. I'll turn it on. There we go. Right. So we're going to do A+ heading. Back. Let's set our heading to... I think this will ask me what the heading should be, but there we go. Please. Set my width. Oh, I'm almost spot on. You can see that there. There we go. So that's the edge of the field. Set that up. So far, we've been doing about 10% of the contract per row on here. We've just hit the 50% mark. And as a result, we're at a good idea of how much fertilizer we're using. We started about 38% full on the fertilizer. We dropped to about 30% on the halfway point. So yeah, we're looking at about another 8%. So I think we're going to be left with about 22% fertilizer. I think we've bought enough to get us through at least 2 contracts, possibly 3, depending on field size. And yeah, this is the biggest field, I think, that we're working today. And as a result, this should give us the idea of the most fertilizer that we are likely to use. And if we can keep that to 22%, we should be good. Looking in here, field 15. Oh yeah, field 15 is easily the biggest field we've got. Field 28 should easily fit in with this. And field 45 should as well. So, yeah, we may need to get another bag of fertilizer just to finish things off today. But in general, we're going to get the 3 contracts we currently... Just 5% left to go, and we are down to 22% left. Wow, train's coming a bit close. But this should complete it fairly quickly now. We might be down to 21% left in here, or it might be okay. We'll see where we are. But all in all, I'm pretty happy. My estimate is not far off. And there we go, complete, and it has just dropped down to 21%. So there we go, that is our first field. Our contract on field 15 is done. Let's head out this way. And actually, I've noticed as I was doing field 15, is this a farmyard up here? This looks really cool. There's still parts of this map I'm discovering, and yeah, look at this. Wow. That's pretty cool. I don't think it's a functional farmyard. It's like an old French winery. But yeah, none of these buildings are functional. That would be pretty cool. Although they have interiors, look. Wow. Yeah, I love that. That would be a good place to be based. Although I think it would be a bit of a pain to try and remodel. But enough with the sightseeing. We want to pull into here and do field 28. I think we could do it from the other end, but I have a fairly good setup on here already. Oh yeah. That must be the angle of the next field over. So I'm going to move this across and get that all lined up. There we go. Start that up. And in comparison to the last field, we're doing about 12% a row on this one. We are down to 16% of our fertilizer spreader left, so 950 odd litres. It's using fertilizer a little bit faster than the last contract was, so it's not quite as efficient, and I think we're going to end up going and grabbing another 1,000 litres of fertilizer, if for no other reason than we're just not going to make it through the next 2 contracts without doing that. That's okay. I would prefer to have been able to get through all of these contracts with the fertilizer we got, but yeah, it does not seem to be possible. I think I managed to turn then mistakenly with my fertilizer spreader on, which isn't great because I need every drop of fertilizer to complete. Down to the last 3%, and we're down to 10% of the capacity of our spreader. So very, very close to completion now, and tick over. There we go. Right, so we got 10% left. 619 litres. I think we used about 800 litres on that one. Now, field 28 here. That was... yeah, we're going to be... We need another 1,000 litres. Right, can we accept... let's accept that contract now. We've got these last 2... looking at the details, it says 1,113 litres and 1,193. We do not have that much in here. So, yeah, we're going to have to go and get... I think we might have to get another 2 packs of fertilizer to get... Now, I want to say that just a single bag will be enough for the final 2 contracts. However, when I reflect on the fact that it's just taken us 800 odd litres to do the smallest contract, I think that's going to be a problem. So, in order to avoid having to come back here again, we are going to buy 2 more bags. So, let's go into here. and grab 2 more of these. Oh, so expensive. And then, so that's 8,000. That's an entire one of these contracts worth that we've spent on fertilizer today. But again, not much I can do about it. If I want to get through these contracts and get earning money with them, we're gonna need to do that. We need them. We actually need money to hire a combine. We've got that next month, and I think what we're going to end up doing is skipping the 2nd day of September. There's not a huge number of contracts about. We've only got 3 weeding contracts, which are not really worth the effort for the time. So yeah, we're going to have to borrow a combine and get on with doing the harvest next time. And heading into October to do that, because nothing's ripe. Lots will be ripe on the map though when we come into next month. So I think it's going to be a case of not only doing our own sunflowers, but doing some other contracting sunflowers as well, and possibly other crops, and just getting as much harvest stuff through as possible and making as much money as possible during the next couple of days. If we can get our own fields done in a day, then we should be pretty good as far as getting lots of contracts done as well. Let's close that up. Right, and now the nearest field to it. I want to keep an eye on how much we use for this contract, because yeah, if it's more than 800 liters, then we were right to go and buy another fertilizer. If it's less than 800 liters, then we've overspent. So let's see how this goes, and hopefully we will make a good bit of money. And what we've spent, well, we're coming up to halfway through, and we have used over 400 liters so far. So yeah, I think we've indicated. I think that we had to buy 2 full fertilizer bags in order to get this done, which is a pity, because of course it's increased our costs and meant that we have to spend more. Had to spend more to get the materials to do these contracts. But we're still going to be up overall for the day, so it's not the end of the world. Now, one thing I should note is, and I know these comments will come with me having said that, is that I am using the automatic application rate and not just dialing it right down, so that I don't, I spend as little as possible doing this contract. I think the automatic spray rate or the automatic application rate is the way to go with this, as far as a realistic approach is. I want to spend the money I should be spending to run a contract like this, and so yeah, the automatic spray rate is fair, I think, and allows me to apply this in a more realistic manner, even if the farmer isn't requiring us to. Final little bit at 98% done, and we're down to 1900. We've actually only used, so that actually used slightly less than field 28 did, which makes sense because field 28 was 5,600 and that was 5,500. However, we've not got a massive amount more cost, and this next field would have to use 900 odd liters in order for us not to have purchased that second big bag. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We can always do fertilizer on the farm, but to be perfectly honest, I also need the money. It's $2,000, and that. Final contract for today, and it's just over the railway line here, and again, it's a completely blank field. Let's check our alignments. Yeah, we're well over. So here comes the train again. Perfect. There we go. Set that. And we're off on our final field. And this, yeah, this, I don't know if it's going to take. Just about approaching the halfway point, and this is not looking good. 1,512 litres. I reckon it should be about 1,450 in order for us to not have wasted our money on that extra bag of fertilizer. So yeah, we are we've spent money we probably didn't need to in order to get 2 bags of fertilizer on here. I know what would have happened had I not purchased the second bag. We would have ended up needing it anyway. So that is Murphy's Law, as it should be. And we turn on. There we go. And we have a fair amount of field to go. We're 60% of the way through. We've got enough fertilizer easily left. Up to 97% done. Last little strip down the edge here. And we still have well over 1,000 litres left. So I'm thinking that we did not need to buy that extra 1,000 litres, not by much. I mean, we are down to 1,090 litres. So it would have been close. At least I can say it would have been close. But yeah, we could have saved ourselves nearly £2,000. So let's head back to the farm. We still have a couple of errands to run today, so I want to get those done. So the big question is, were these contracts today worth it? Did we really need to go out and do that? We are at 16,000. We need to go up to at least 27,000 for these to have been worth it. Let's complete these contracts. So collect. And we are up to 40. So with that all done, what I need to do now is load up some of our other bits. We need to get the tomatoes sold, as I said, and we also need to go and drop off the bread. We want to do this today as the sun is setting. It's really quite late, but I think we should have enough time in this video to do this. So there we go. That onto there. We need to disconnect that. I'm just going to leave this here for the minute, and then we'll swap the forks onto this. I probably had to pick it from behind the bale spike, which is going to be interesting. That's under here. Drop that down and off, and then get the fork on. Perfect. Fourth pallet of tomatoes loaded up onto the forks, and yeah, I could back this up and just load these in the way we do the bread, but I prefer to do it this way. It actually requires some skill and requires me to get the tomatoes and the pallets onto the forks. Yes, I don't know how to be so precise getting them into the actual trailer, but you know, I still have to process it and do it myself, as opposed to having the auto load function doing it for me. So that there into here. Perfect. Let's just spin this around and get our last pallet of tomatoes in here. So, yeah, that's a good amount of those. We'll bring this tractor out the way. Lights off. Alright, we'll close up the back. Like so. Lights on our truck. And now we can head out and get these sold. And then it's down to the bakery for the bread. And that way we are... If we somehow manage to get 8,000 off these last few sales today, we will have enough to buy the dairy. The downside is that we then won't have enough to hire a combine harvester, which is not great. Look at those last few tomatoes going in. There we go. 1,800 plus 111. We are up to 44,000. So, yeah, down to the bakery. We've got a couple of crates of bread to pick up. And we are about 5.5 grand shy of being able to afford a dairy. Although, as I said, we are not going to be able to. All in all, though, today has been a fairly successful day, I think. We have made a decent amount of money. We still have a decent amount of money coming in. Just open the doors and load that up. So there's the first one. Is that going to take... I don't think that's going to load up the second as well. So we'll just reverse that back up a little bit further. There we go. Second crate of bread loading into there. 2,000 litres of bread. That... So end result is that we're up here and we've got 2,000 litres of bread to sell. Let's see how much this is worth to us. In it comes. Open up those rear doors. Unload the bread. 49,438. That is incredible. So close to being able to afford the dairy. And had we not bought that extra load of fertilizer, that's exactly what we'd be able to have done. As I said, though, moot point, we've got to get a harvester next time to get our sunflowers in. We'll make more than we would if we just straight up bought dairy anyway. So it's not the end of the world. It's going to be useful. It's going to make us more money. As you can see by the glorious color of our sunflowers, that they are ready to harvest today. So we are going to be cracking on with that. Before we do that, and before we head down to the shop to grab ourselves a harvester, what I want to do is pop up to the cow field because something got released today which is absolutely perfect for our farm. Something that fits in really, really well with how our setup works here. And also something that means we can move forward and in these last few episodes that we've got at the moment, actually get ourselves going quite well. So we've been trying to get a dairy and trying to set ourselves up with that. We've not got a massive number of cows, so we're not looking for something that can process a huge amount of milk at any one given time. So we don't really need a massively complicated dairy setup. And I was going to put sort of a little dairy in here. Instead, I think what we're going to do is over this side here, we have a mod that came out today. So, factories, here we go. We've got two dairies. We've got a small dairy and a large dairy. A cheaty dairy, so we won't be using the cheaty one. But in sort of keeping with our setup that we've got on the farm and with our own windmill and things, I think we're just going to get ourselves a nice little sort of dairy setup here at the top. Now, I don't know if it should go there or actually here. We'll put it at the edge of our cow field. It's not going to cost much to put here because we have it's a fairly flat piece of land. So plonk that there. And that then means that we can take the milk from our cows, put them straight into our makeshift dairy we have here, and produce stuff. So we can take out butter, cheese, chocolate, and raw milk. We can actually create one-to-one raw milk. Although I don't think we need that for what we're going to do. What we do need is we do need to create butter. And so, yeah, 15 litres of milk will create 13 litres of butter. That should be all we need. Yeah, we don't need chocolate. We've got strawberries already. We've got eggs. We're going to be getting some industrial sugar in when we need it. So it is just milk and butter we need to start producing cakes. So that's absolutely brilliant. We can now spend the extra bit of money on grabbing ourselves a little milk trailer just to transport the milk from our little cow pasture to our little makeshift dairy. And get producing butter, which is brilliant. So we can do 1 tank of milk for butter, 1 tank of milk for milk, and yeah, transport it all down to the dairy or down to our bakery to start baking cakes in the near future. First, though, and our more immediate thing is getting these sunflowers harvested so that we can start making some money off those. And today, seeing as we've saved a bit of money on the dairy, we're going to hire a combine I have wanted to try out for a very long time. And this map sort of fits it. I think it might be an American one, but I'm not sure. Basically, it is... Well, let's just check the sales here. No, nothing in there. So it is this. This is the Lizard Twin Screw XBR2. I believe this was by Sid Modding. We're going to get the base version of it and release that. Grain tank extensions, we don't need any. We don't need numbers. We don't need oversized sign or CB radio. Straw chopper foil, we are looking... Yeah, we're looking to chop the straw this year. So I am going to put that in. And that should stop it spreading out too much. We're not going to put a very wide setup on this. We are going to put a green star on because we want to have GPS. We're going to go with the short pipe engine setup. 306 horsepower should easily be enough to handle the hills. We're going to put an all-light configuration on. We are going to put GPS on, and I'm going to go for the Crawler 3, the slightly less wide versions of those. I've been trying to work out where the main color changes, and I can't see it. So I'm going to just leave that as the darker one, and we will have no number plate on it because it is a leased combine. So, yep. That is great. Let's lease that. That is going to cost us nearly 11,000 to lease it. Fine. That's absolutely okay. Now, what headers go with this? Let's have a look at the combinations. While a 40-foot header would be great, I'm going to save myself a considerable amount of money in the leasing and grab a 30-foot one. So we'll lease that as well. And then we need to go and look at the combinations for that. So Fendt Power Flow headers. Oh, no, no, we don't want that. We absolutely don't want that. That is a huge waste of cash because we've got sunflowers. Ah, what a waste of money. Yeah, we don't want that. We want a sunflower header. Now, I don't know if they're undercorn headers. No. We do know that we want a 30-foot header and a 30-foot sunflower header at that. That is, yeah, not a 12-meter. Is there a smaller sunflower header? There is, but it's really small. 6-meter So yeah, but there is a 40-foot one, but I think I can't go with that. I think we're going to have to go with a corn header for it then. We want the smaller one. Maybe we can get the 9-meter Capello. Yep. I'm going to go with the 9-meter Capello for this then. We can't change the color on it. We're going to lease that. Oh, and that's so much more expensive. Is that more expensive than the 40-foot? Sunflower one. No, it's about the same price. And I think we might have trouble with the 40-foot sunflower one with the setup. So, oh God, that's cost us, yeah, nearly 20,000 to do that. We should make more than that in these with the sunflowers from sunflower oil, but it's not a cheap setup. Basically, for me going, I want to have a play around with this combine. But it should work fairly well. We want to empty this at about 80%. We've got a 22. Is that not? That's not lined up. We've got a 22 litre or 22,000 litre trailer. Right, there we go. Get in here and connect that up. Okay, let's lift it. There we go. Come on. You can connect. There we go. Finally managed to get right in here. I have to unfold the whole thing. Right, fold that up. Fold that up. And yeah, I'm going to send the truck back to the farm. And then we're going to go up the top and get the sunflowers started. And hopefully our mistakes that we've made today, because those were some pretty bad mistakes, some proper rookie moves, those shouldn't cause us too much of an issue. So we'll park that next to that tractor, and then with that going, we can head back with this and head up to the field. This is such a weird combine, and I am so pleased. Despite the slight mess-ups I've had with it, I am so pleased to finally be getting to use it. There are other fields of sunflowers and corn up by us, actually, that are waiting to be harvested. So we'll see how quickly this does and how well we go. But if we can take on a couple of harvesting contracts, then we will do, because those will just put even more sunflower oil into our production facilities, and means that we'll be able to earn a ton more cash from these extra fields. So very much looking to do that. Let's bring this round and unfold it like so. And yeah, this is such a weird looking combine. It's from the 90s, I believe, if I read the description of this properly, and was a bit of an experiment at the time. Let's start this. Our truck is back in the yard. It's telling me it's getting obstructed, so I will probably try and sort it at the bottom end. We planted this field across the slope, so we will be setting the GPS once we are going across the field, not down as we are now. And yeah, here's hoping for a bumper harvest off here that will do us well, because heck, this is going at a decent speed and should handle things okay. I think we're going to do all right with this year. One thing I already love about this combine is how maneuverable it is. It just, yeah, it's brilliant. It's gone round this area at the side here really, really well, and just been great. On an unrelated note, that is the first time I've had a camera issue with a combine. So we've been talking about this on a few of my recent videos and live streams, where I will get in a piece of equipment. I will switch camera views, so from here to the outside, and suddenly I can't move my camera side to side. And the only way I can undo it is to jump out and jump back in. Now, this is the first time I've had this issue with a combine. If I switch to the main body of the combine, I think I'll be able to change my camera without any issues and find that, yeah, I can freely move it. So there's a definite bug there. I don't know what it's about with these, whether it's the way these are set up. I need to kind of test it with some base game equipment, but the base game equipment also doesn't react the same way to a lot of the way these mods do when you've got an implement selected. Fairly sure, yeah, I can't raise or lower that front implement, which you can on a base game combine when you've got the main body of it selected. So yeah, there's something definitely a little bit weird going on there. Don't know what it is, but it feels like it's going slower up the hill, but we're still running at the same speed as we were going down the hill. So that's a little bit odd and a little bit strange. I don't quite know why that is, but yeah, definitely feels like it's moving at different speed. But look at that maneuverability. I'm still going to take 2 headlands out because that will help us to move about a bit and make sure that we have full maneuverability. But I'm not sure with this combine you actually need it. I think this combine would turn around on a dime if you wanted it to. The tracks, the single pair of tracks with no rear wheels just means it turns like a tank, this thing, and can just spin right round, which is incredible. Top end here is where I'm going to set up the GPS. So let's turn it on, set our first waypoint. Yep, and then drive straight across to the other side, and then set our second one. And yeah, I'm going to redo that because that is not the way I want to do it. And again, remember to switch back to the main body of the combine before I do the before I switch camera angles is gonna really get to me. But we are doing okay. We are 50% full off 1 round of the field, so that's really good. We might hit 11,000 litres by the time we hit the bottom of the field. So we'll see where we go there. That is a spot on 180. So set that. Set our width. Just check it. Yeah, that's all good. So we'll turn that off. And yeah, away we go. We're now ready when we get back up here to cut into the field. But I would like to have emptied the combine before that point. We're coming down to the bottom end of the field, and yeah, we are verging on 11,000 litres. So I'm going to switch over that, lift that up, turn that, and we will get the auger out, ready to empty. 73% full. So I think that 11,000 litres is going to be just over 75%. So maybe 76 odd percent. And is going to be about perfect for where we want to be to empty this combine. And there we go. 10,9. There we are. 11,001 litres. And we can just run out, check there's nothing coming, and yeah, we can go and hook up. Right, what I want to do is grab our Z-Tor. We could actually cart with either tractor. Do you know what? I'm going to cart with the other tractor. we don't need to be carting with this one. We can cart with the New Holland because it is about the same sort of power level. It will work fine for us for what we need to do. And it is just... It's not got the front loader on it, so it works better. Plus, it looks really nice on this trailer. So, yeah. Back it up. Will be a pain to back up to the windmill, but there we go. It's also got a little bit more oomph if we need to handle the hills, so we should be fine. So we'll bring this across the road. I think it'll fit under the combine. Yes, it will. And there we go. Right, jump in. Empty it out. And we are all good. The unload speed on this combine is not very fast. It's taken a little while to get that emptied out, but exactly 50%. So yeah, there we go. Is that still on? Yes, it is. Let's turn that off. Wow, pH. Yeah, we didn't do any lime on this field this year. And you can see that in that it's not the greatest yield on here, but it's not bad. I mean, we are getting a good 95 to 100% yield off here. That's not bad at all. I expected much worse when we were going to be doing this. So I'm quite happy with that. That's worked out pretty well for us. And yeah, to have got 11,000 litres and emptied our first load at this point is, yeah, a good yield. I'm happy with that. This is going to create a lot of sunflower oil. The next thing I want to do is get rid of this little section we've got up the top of the field here. And it's just sort of a little area that we need to cut through and even things up. So let's turn our lines on. And we can see exactly where our... Right, so best place for us to cut in and set ourselves up is going to be here. Let's spin this round. Look at that. Really, as I said earlier, really does turn on a dime. Set up the GPS and in it goes. And then we can just spin around on these really thin bits and get this cut out and cleaned really quickly. And then it'll also square up the field. That's going to miss a bit because of its maneuverability is both a blessing and a curse sometimes, but it is working fine and it is going to clear things up really well. That's got that top end of the field up there cleared up, and now we're just squaring off the field up here. We are going to do 6-lane cuttings, so we're going to cut all the way to the other side once this is squared up. And then that should be pretty good. Looking at not a bad setup here. What row are we on? So we're on row 4. So 5, 6. I want to go +7 at cutting. 5, 6, +7. If you're wondering what the number I'm talking about is, down the bottom right-hand side where all the GPS settings are, you can see a +7. That tells me how many lanes I've moved over from the initial lane. If we have a look at where the line is, it's there. That is still +7, so we're still in the right row. But because this is so maneuverable, it's much better to get it lined up before you go into the crop. Otherwise, you find that it's kind of does stuff at a bit of an angle. Oh, it would also help if I lowered my header, and then we can cut away And yeah, that should be pretty good. We are at 3,800 litres. So we've got a way to go yet before we've got another half a trailer full. And yeah, we're going to try and empty again at the 11,000 litre mark. Looking at that top end of that field where we had the loam on here, that is incredible. That is about 120% yield without the right pH value. That is just amazing. I'm having a lot of fun with this combine. This is really weird and really fun. I love the turning circle on it. It is so maneuverable. I love the strangeness of its look. It is just a really lovely piece of kit to be using, and it's something that certainly on a British series I probably wouldn't look to use. Something on a European map like this, I feel like I've got a little bit more freedom with the equipment that I can use and that I can have a play around with. And yeah, I am having a whale of a time playing with this combine, and it works really, really well. I mean, you can see the maneuverability it had turning around on the rows there. And but it's also the way that it just slopes forward all the time like that is great. And I love the side bits. We actually unwittingly we've set this up, well, sort of unwittingly set this up to be the smaller headed version. We've got the side bits on the straw chopper at the back. We've got the shorter pipe on it as well. All of it is just set up to be a smaller farm setup, which is great because we're not exactly a huge farm on here. Also, I love the way the fabric just waves about on the end of the auger. That is really cool as well. Just a whole thing is just a fantastic setup and really, really well done. We're coming up to 11,000 litres. We might even hit it before the end of this row. So, oh, not quite. So that's good. We'll be able to pretty much hit it exactly again. And in that case, well, we will basically empty our trailer. Or empty however much we got into the combine into the trailer, because it won't be able to take more than 11,000 litres. I'm just watching how full we are. 79, there we go. 11,006. Oh, we were almost as close as last time. Right, auger is out. Let's go get the tractor and trailer. This is great. I actually saw a similar setup to this the other day, driving through my local town. It wasn't a New Holland of this age. It was actually a T7, I think it was, pulling a clean trailer like this. Looked a really good setup. Yeah, if I could get a T7 with one of these cane trailers, that would be awesome. Let's pull this up behind like so. And the more I play around with this combine, the more I want to hang on onto it. The fact that we have the lease to buy mod on here really makes me want to keep it. And while we might not get to another harvesting season, in fact, I'm pretty sure we won't, on here, I think it would be a great thing to hold on to. It is just a really, really nice combine. We might just go and try and do a load of contracting with it. We know we can do a whole load of contracts on here. So, yeah, we might just go do that. How full is our trailer? We want a bit more towards the front. And there we go. Right, auger in. Only 30 litres too much that we had in the combine. Let's turn the combine off. And, yeah. The thing is that if we go and do a load of contracting with this, what we'll find is that all we'll do is end up paying off the cost of the combine, whereas normally leasing, it would end up costing us a fortune to do it. We know that if we do contracts to do that, what we're doing is paying off the eventual cost of the combine. So works out pretty well for us doing a contract that way. Let's bring this over here. And you never know, we might make a little bit of extra money from it as well, and help to afford the combine overall. Only thing that gets me about this tractor is the fact you put it into reverse and it automatically goes into -1, which is, yeah, a bit annoying because you then have to go back down the gears again. Right, let's empty this out, and then we'll head back up to the field and get going. Before we head up to the field, let's get the sunflower oil going. So it's 2 to 1 that this is going to be. Oh, wow, we definitely need to get it going. Look at that. That almost straight up fills it. So activate that. Start getting some sunflower oil out, and hopefully that will start working. And now I can get this back up to the field, and in fact I'm going to park this down the bottom of the field because I think we're not going to get much more than maybe one more full tank off this field. So yeah, not expecting to have to do much more carting here, although we'll then move over to that field there. Halfway through our final cutting, and we've just ticked over 5,500 litres as well. Yeah, I think we're going to be lucky if we get 11,000 litres off the remains of this field. It's quite a... yeah, it's not a huge amount. I am really intrigued by the level of our yield on here. It's quite interesting. We are hitting probably 100% down the bottom end of this field, which is... yeah, quite telling that we've got the wrong pH level. We can actually push this field further. I'm going to have a look when we get to the end of the field on the PDA and see exactly what the yield is. But it seems pretty good. I think we're above 90% on here. I think we could squeeze out up to 100% on here, which would be fantastic. Considering that this is not the greatest soil in the world, and yeah, that would be fantastic. We need to put some lime on here in order to do that, but yeah, let's switch across to that, and yeah, we are up to 7,189 litres, so a little bit further to go. I think we've got it between this and the next field. I think we've definitely got another full trailer. So that will be 44,000 litres of sunflowers off here, which will make 22,000 litres of sunflower oil, which at the current price, and this is the thing, at the current price, which is a little bit below the top price, but I think we're probably going to try and sell, well, no, we're in October, so it's falling, is 3,517. So, yeah, the current price is not bad. And if we produce any, we could do with selling it. But 3.5 times 22,000, that is 66,000 plus another 11. So that's 77,000 pounds worth of sunflower oil we're going to be looking at for 2 full trailers off here. That is a massive amount, and that does tell me that I can go and use this combine to do some contracts, because yeah, that is only going to make us more and more money doing that. Last section of the field, this little bulging out bit at the bottom that we added onto it when we after the first year, just to sort of add a little bit of extra field down the bottom here, was well worth doing. Has paid off in droves, and yeah, if there's 600 litres in this last little bit, which I don't think there is, then we will hit that 11,000. But I think we're going to be lucky to hit 10,500. Not a huge problem. I know we have hit 10,500. Fantastic. So I'm going to empty out here so that we can go around the next field without worry of going beyond what we need to empty. So let's empty this into the trailer, and yeah, we should get another full trailer off here and off the next field, which will be absolutely brilliant. Combine is empty. Auger in. And I'm very much thinking of putting like a gateway or a roadway just across here, because it is basically straight opposite our yard. When we're doing this field, that is how we get in and out of the field for carting and things, and it just makes sense. Right, let's turn this on into the sunflowers, and like normal, we're going to come around. And we'll do a couple of headlands first, and then we'll cut into the field. And yeah, I don't think we're going to get 11,000 off the headlands. I think we'll be cutting into the field, and we might get a little bit more than a full trailer, but I don't think it'll be much. 2 headlands down, and we have 6,589 litres. We are on plus 30, so if we're cutting in, I want 29, 30, 31. I think we want line 32. 31, 32. That should allow us to line everything up. And yeah, we'll just reverse out a little bit because it makes it easier to line up. And then forwards, and yeah, it swings around a little bit, but that there is where I want to be. And yeah, we are on course for I think for getting the 11,000 plus litres off here, but we'll see where it takes us. We are beginning to lose a little bit of the light, so I'm going to put all the work lights on here that we added. To see how they'll work out, and yeah, we'll crack on and get the rest of these sunflowers out tonight. Things have squared up rather nicely. We've got a thin slither of sunflowers to cut over this side. Similarly, we've got a small area of sunflowers to cut over that side. So we're going to pop over there, grab that last slither there, which should finish that off. We are coming up to 10,000 litres, which is great news, because that means we're very likely to hit the number we want to hit on here. If we can hit 11,500, that's another full trailer. That's another 22,000 litres going into our windmill this evening, which will make a massive difference. As I said, at the current price, that is 77,000. At the price of at the top end, it's nearly 88,000. So it's well worth it. It's well worth, I think, us going and doing the other sunflower contracts up the top. Now, my thing is, I'm gonna have to go and look at the costs of holding on to this combine versus going and getting combines with those contracts, because we're coming up to, well, we're going to be coming up to 0.9 of an hour, so we're going to end up paying for another work hour on this combine, plus we're going to end up paying for another day if we hold on to it to do other contracts. So yeah, question very much is it going to be worth it for us to hold on to this combine and do that? Normally, that's a question I would put to you guys. I would ask you know, what do you want to see? Would you like to see me hold on to the combine and do other jobs with it? But unfortunately, as my holidays are coming up, I'm recording these well in advance. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make that decision myself. And we will see next episode exactly what I choose. Right, so I'm lining it up to empty out first, and then we could just back straight up to our windmill and unload. 10,500, so we are 1,000 litres shy of 2 full trailers off our fields. Not bad, though. I am very, very happy with that outcome. That is a huge amount. 43,000 litres of sunflowers today. And all of it fitting in the trailer. Take that down. And then we'll just reverse this up. And tip it. Look at that. Now, I doubt all of this is actually going to fit into our windmill. In fact, yeah, there we go. So we now have a full windmill processing these sunflowers. 26,995. And it's just processing them all. Can I might try and sell that canola oil because it's not going to create a full thing. It doesn't matter, actually. We can do that later. But yeah, we need to let those sunflowers work now. So the rest of these, I think, are going to have to go into our grain store for now. And then later, we will get them out and unload them into our windmill to get them processed. Up we go in the gears. Round we go. Reverse it up into reverse. 9 reverse gears. This has so many gears, this tractor. There we are. And tip this into our store. Because that's why we have it. This is here to take any surplus crop that we can't fit into our windmill for processing. And yeah, that is a good place for us to finish tonight. So that's pretty awesome. I am so pleased. 43,000 litres of sunflowers. That is going to create a huge amount of sunflower oil for us. And yeah, am I going to continue with this combine or get one with these contracts? We shall see. Today, we are going to be taking on some contracts. We've got a lot of sunflower harvesting and a bit of corn harvesting that's kicking around by us. You might notice, unfortunately, though, the absence of the lovely Lizard twin screw combine we had last time. Unfortunately, I did the maths. It was basically going to cost us the price of one of these contracts in order to be able to get them. So I have decided that I won't be doing that. Instead, we'll be using a harvester from the contracts to do it. It just makes sense overall. What we are going to be doing, though, is we need something in order to be able to transport the milk. Ooh, this is going to be fun. And as a result, we're also going to get something that allows us to transport water. And we're going to put it on the back of the TLX here. So we're going to pop down to the shop. We're going to set ourselves up for today's contracts, which are all up the top here. Fields 22, 23, and 24. And then we're going to head back down with, well, hopefully with a new tanker on the back of here. We are going to have to leave our flatbed or our truck bed down at the shop, but that's fine. It's something I don't particularly want to do, but we can pop back here and grab it later. But yeah, we need to get a tanker. We need to be able to get our stuff back up here. In fact, we may transport the header for the combine up to the field and then come back to the shop and get the tanker a bit later. We'll see how we go, but certainly we want to get rid of this water tank we've got at the moment and replace it with something more useful to us. So down here and round to the shop, and yeah, this tanker is not of great use to us if we're going to put something on the back of the TLX. So bring this round and in. There we go. And we'll disconnect that there. Move this out of the way. So park it over here. There we go. And get rid of that. So we want to repair it for £6 because that will give us a bit of extra money. We want to repaint it because that will give us a little bit of extra money. And then we want to sell it for 17,000. Really? Oh, no, 7,061. Perfect. So we'll sell that. That will bring in some extra cash. Right. So contracts. Let's have a look. The 3 contracts we've got, as I said, field 22, 23, and 24. Now, the combine setup for 23. Do you know what? I've been umming and erring about this. It's 1,186 to go with the single big John Deere combine and run on just the single combine, or we get the equipment with these 2 fields, which are both small or smaller New Hollands, and we get those for 500, about 600, for about £600 versus I'm going to rent the equipment for both of these. Take both combines up there and use them. I think that is going to be a much better way to go here. So we will borrow the items for field 24. We will borrow the items for field 23, and field 22 we will just accept the contract. And yeah, we've got a lot of combines that we can now go and use on our fields. And we can get the headlands out with 1 combine while we just leave the other combine doing maybe the small field. I've found the new follow me is a little bit finicky. So you have to hold Control F and then you let it work out the thing, and then when it says waiting due to detected near collision or just sets up, you just let go, and then you've got the hide worker there. I've jumped out so many times without the hide worker actually being done. Right, last thing we need to do, it's under animals. It's this here. It's the Lizard Logistics TLX 2020 Abbey tanker. We want to put some fenders on it. Main color we're going to leave, and the license plate I am going to set to the same license plate as our truck, which I'm not actually sure what that is. It is VF001HB. So let's do that. There we go. VF001HB to fit on here. If it was a new vehicle, we would go off to the Patreon and grab something. But as this is for an existing vehicle, we're going to leave the number plate as it is, or to fit the vehicle. So by that, yes. Okay. So yeah, we've saved a lot of money by switching over to a tanker. We can put on the back of the TLX. But as I said, what we're going to do is just drop our truck bed off. Now, I'm not going to sell the truck bed because I do use it for transporting stuff. It works really well with a lot of transporting stuff we do. I didn't put the fenders on, but that's okay. This now is going to be our milk transport and our water transport, and should work perfectly for that. So now we have a nice convoy ready to go. Let's go contracting. So as I mentioned, the way we're going to handle this is basically split this into 2 jobs. On the left hand side, we are going to take out the headlands on this field first and get that going. On the right hand side, we're going to set the other combine doing the sunflowers first, and then, well, actually no, we're going to say doing the corn first, because if we can clear the corn out, then that will be quite useful to us. The rest of the convoy is working its way up here, so I'm going to unfold my header, unfold my combine, start it up, and then there we go. And then what I can do is just turn into the crop, get myself out the way. So second combine, let's connect up your PTO, take your hired worker off, unfold this, unfold the main combine. We will take off. Oh yeah, we won't worry about the second combine, the tractor behind. Let's just drop this down and into here. And as I said, we'll get rid of the corn with this combine. And yeah, we're going to need the full width of both these combines to do field 22. It is a huge field. But that one can then head off there. We can take the hired worker off this one and park it here. We can take the hired worker off this one and park it here. And then finally off this one. And I'm just going to go and park this over at our cows, because we want to move a whole load of milk from the cow pasture to our makeshift dairy. I don't know how much milk we have here, so we're going to give that a quick check. 2,600 litres of milk, so yeah, we're all right at the moment. We'll leave them doing more milk. We may not do that today. What we do need to do is get on with these contracts. I'm coming up to the end of the first headland on field 22. And it's done nearly 9%. No, it has done 9% of the contract, which is great. Looking at being about 20% through for doing both the headlands. And just at this point, you can see that the other combine has now come up as full. So we'll leave this here for a moment. We'll grab the first of our tractors. And I don't know how big the actual trailers are on these. Don't know if they'll take 2 full loads from these combines or whether it will just be the single load. Quite happy that this combine, though, has its auger out of the crop. That's really good. So we can leave this to empty. I think it's going to be all right. Let's see. 20%. Yeah. No, this is going to be a fairly full trailer, I think. So we'll want to go and tip this before we go and get back started on our headlands again. Yep, there we go. 9,300. We might as well go to the end of the row emptying this because we know that that will roughly empty in the same place again. So that's good. I don't think this is going very far. I think we're only going to the grain elevator across the road. So that would be good. 9,800 litres. Let's have a look here. Where are we taking this? This is... Oh, it is actually going to Le Jardin de Fermier's farm shop. The sunflowers are all going to the grain elevator. So what I'm going to do is get this just the other side of this tractor here. And we will send this down to there to go and drop this off. So set destination. No. Let's create job. We want to deliver to the farm shop. Where are you? No. There we go. Start point. We are going to put as down the side of this field because it's servicing both these fields. And start job. And hopefully, yep, that's off to deliver that now. Perfect. Meanwhile, we're going to jump back in our combine and get this second headland sorted out so that when the other combine has finished both these smaller fields, it's able to come join us on this bigger one. I actually cut my second headland the wrong way round. I've got my auger into the crop and I'm very swiftly approaching a full tank. Yeah, in fact, we are not going to make it to the end of this row before we're full. We're coming up to it now, so I'm going to have to back out. Yep, so we'll back this out. We'll get our auger out, and we're going to have to bring the tractor and trailer over here. So there we go. Grab this tractor and trailer, and yeah, it looks like our other combine is at 80% as well. So we'll empty this out first. We can then send this, or we can then go into the grain elevator with this and tip it. And then if needs be, we can send this tractor over to the farm shop while the other one is on its way back. So it's all good. It'll all work fine. We should be able to keep everything moving this way as well. We need to deliver about 53,000 litres of sunflowers to complete these contracts. So that is, by my estimate, just under 6 full trailers. No, 9,000 litres, that's going to be just under... yeah, just under 6 full trailers. Because 54 is 9 times 6. So this should give us a good amount towards completion, I think. And yeah, and then we want to hold anything else to go in. 90% for 23. Yeah, 23 is the smaller field. So that makes sense. Got a van coming, but we've managed to avoid him. And now we can go and use this trailer to get the rest. Well, actually, what we're going to do is we're not going to send this to tip immediately. We'll let this harvest the rest of the field. It should fit in this trailer. We are going to sell all the corn. None of the corn can go into any of our productions. So we're just going to straight up sell it, get the extra cash in for that. Which should pay for the hired worker bits and pieces we've got on here. And then the sunflowers are the important ones for us to hold on to. It looks like our other combine is coming up to the end of field 24. So it's got 90% complete on that contract. And yeah, they've finished their task. Oh, wow. We've got a little bit of a split pin situation here. Let's bring that in, grab those, do that. And I'm going to get this to the end of this row, ready for cutting. And then we're going to send the New Holland we've got, the T7 we've got on that field. That can head up that way. In fact, what I'm going to do, apart from clearing this up, is start the cutting with this here and get this on the right angle, and then we can go and sort out the rest, and that will get us going. So 2, 3, 4 is the row I want to do the cutting on, as per last time. So set that up. In it goes. And yeah, look, that's swinging wildly round as it tries to straighten up. Always does that on GPS. Does a massive oversteer before it gets in the right place. There we go. So then once we're on the straight, we disengage GPS and we hire a worker, and away it goes. And now we can get on with the other combine. And this combine only has 2,000 litres in it. I'm hoping there's enough space in this trailer to take 2,000 litres of corn. Otherwise, that's going to be a little bit annoying. Yep, there we go. It's taken all of that. This is up to 90%. So out to here. Again, we are going to create job. We are going to do a deliver to the farm shop. I want it to come back and park over here. And start job. There we go. That should now head off. Hopefully. Yep, there it goes. And this combine now, I can get this into the second sunflower field. And as a result, we will then get that cleared out. And then we can get both combines working together over on field 24 and clear that out quickly. So yeah, away you go, and I'm heading back to my other combine that is currently cutting into this row here. I think we've probably delivered enough of our stuff for field 23 already. Looking at this, field 23, yeah, it's saying only 800 litres to go. I think we've already delivered enough for 23. For field 24, yeah, we've got 9,800 litres to go. We're easily going to cover that with this delivery. So field 24 will complete now. We'll make a little bit of extra money, and that will be good. But yeah, field 23... we do not need to deliver anything more for. So I think what we're going to end up doing is filling both trailers, or both tractors and trailers, and making sure that the rest of field 24 is harvested before we go and actually deliver any more sunflowers for there. That way we should immediately start delivering sunflowers for the contract on here on field 22 instead, and won't waste any of the crop by from field 24 by delivering it and over delivering on the contract. And in fact, field 24 is complete. We've got another 798 plus 80, and yeah, field 23 is now half complete. So this is going really well. It is 20 past, quarter past 2 in the afternoon. We are up to 80% in this harvester as well. So I'm very much keeping an eye on where we are with everything. We're going to have to empty out in the near future. In fact, knowing that I need to fill the trailer, I think we might go and empty out at the end of this row, and then we know that this combine will be able to go on a little bit longer before we have to empty, and then we can empty the other combine into the other tractor and trailer when that gets back up here. This combine actually isn't a bad size for this field. We are 33%, so a third of the way through this contract. Yes, it's taken us a while to do it, and I want to top this trailer off. So I did empty into this last time. I'm gonna just top it off so that we can go a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna go and look at our other combine, because that is getting fairly full. Right, there we go. That should do it. Yeah, there we go. Position it, spread it out a little bit, because this is going to fill this trailer up. There we go. Yep, there we are. So that's all full. Now I can go and position this over the next way, and we'll go and check on what's happening with the other combine. So this combine is getting a little bit full, and I want to keep it moving. And then I want to bring it up for use with us on the other field. So let's get into here and grab that. I think, as I said, I think this contract is going to complete without us having to actually deliver any more sunflower seeds for this field. And then we'll be able to just put in 2 full loads or 2 full trailers straight off for field 22 and immediately get a whole boost with that. There we go. 9,134. It wasn't far off a full tank, that combine then. Just going to take this combine and help finish this field off. I'd like to get both combines working together, and easiest way to do that is for us to just get this working like so. And that then is an extra 651 litres into here. So we'll just empty that out. And then we can take both these tractors and trailers and just get them emptied out before we continue obviously once this contract is done. Although I'm surprised this contract hasn't yet completed. That is this is going to be a pain to get done. Because, yeah, those 800 litres. So everything we've seen so far has suggested that the amount here for to go is a little bit under. Yeah, that's just weird that it's... Or do you need to deliver a little bit under that? It's still saying 800 litres to go, so we're going to need to sort that and get that going. Let's open this. And yeah, I want to get both combines cutting in now. We are only a third of the way through the other field. It is 4 in the afternoon. So I want to get all these contracts out today. If we can do that, that's going to make a big difference. Right, let's get this over here. And I think we'll send a hired worker in for both of these. Just to get them going, and then we can go and empty the tractors and trailers ourselves, and just keep an eye on that. So let's get this lined up here. So it's lined up going in. Turn it on, drop it down. This. Or take GPS off. There we go. Hire a worker for that. And hire a worker for that. And away we go. So this is going to take some careful precision to get just 800 litres out into here. But it should complete this contract and immediately go in for the second. 94. How much is left? 400 litres. Right. There we go. And now it's going into field 22. So we're good. But that was exactly the amount that we were expecting to have to deliver. That is a little bit ridiculous. 24% off one trailer delivered for field 22 though. So that's really good. What we can do now is, well, we're probably only going to need one tractor and trailer going forward. But I'm going to empty out the second one. And then we will take ourselves and probably just use this one for the rest of this contract. Second trailer, this had about 10,000 litres in it, and we are now 48% delivered for this contract. So all in all, that is pretty good. We are making good progress. We're now over 50% of the way through this contract. And yeah, we're not going to need 2 tractors and trailers to do this for just such a short amount. For the Vermeer Farm Shop, much more necessary. For here, less so. We'll be able to keep these 2 combines going fairly easily at this point, I think. Now, if I've calculated this right, we should have roughly a full trailer's worth at the end of these rows. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're going to have more than a trailer's worth off these 2 combines at the end of these 2 rows. Absolutely fine. Means we'll be able to turn them around and get them started on the next cut in and the next setup. But they're working really well together. I am so very happy with how well this has gone. Going to put the auger out at the side here, and at the end of this row we will go and empty this combine out. First though, I want to try and catch the other one before the hired worker finishes. So over to here, start the engine, bring it round. No, we're too slow. Hired worker has finished, so we are going to have to take this out to here and get that emptied. I think the moral to that story is we position the tractor at the point where it would be able to empty at the end of the row. But empty out. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, that's gonna do pretty well there. Get that finished, and then we'll line both combines up to go again. It is 5:30. It is getting fairly dark, but that is to be expected. And yeah, the combine that's gonna not be empty is the one that we're driving, so that's fine. Right, there we go. That's that one done. Let's go and empty and fill up the rest of this. And then we can line both these combines up again to get them going. So under here, get that emptied like so. And yeah, we'll get a nice full trailer off here before we do the last part of this field. Trailer is full and we've got 8% left. So, right, I want row 16, 17, 18, and 19. We are going to head in for row 20. We'll get the lines on, get ourselves nicely lined up. And that way, each combine can take 4 rows. And as we've seen, that gives us a fairly good position. So that off and hire a worker for that row. We get the other combine going, and then yeah, we should complete things, and we'll see how close we get with what we've got left. I don't think we've got a massive amount left to deliver for this field. Possibly, well, we want to be careful, I think, how much we unload into our trailers. So in and on, line it up, and away goes the hired worker. So we'd only delivered just under half last time, but this is 12,000 litres, so this is a little bit more. I think we're going to end up with having delivered about 75 to 80% of what we need to deliver for this field with this trailer. And 77% smack bang in the middle of that estimate. So yeah, it's going to be less than a full trailer that needs to be delivered now in order to complete this contract. So we need to be careful of how much we're going to deliver. How much do we actually need to do? 9,200 litres. So it's slightly less than a full combine tank's worth. What I'm going to do is park this then over here. We'll park it in the spot where we can get it unloaded, which, looking at roughly where that was sitting before, is going to be around about here. And our combine then should empty into it fairly easily. I'm quite pleased that we didn't keep that other harvester. It would have cost us the whole value of this contract to have it at the very least. And on top of that, we're not going to get a massive amount of excess sunflowers to put into our windmill. We've only got 6,189 here, so maybe 6,300 if we're lucky off here. There's not a whole lot left. And our other combine is currently coming to the end as well. So in both cases, it's not a huge amount that we're left with. But it is it's a full tank on one of these combines that I need. And I don't think I have it from either combine at the moment. Right, position this here. We'll see if that one is going to clonk it. Oh, it might do. Ah, there we go. Oh, wow. Where are you going? Don't go anywhere, please. Come back here. Right, so this again has 6,400. So let's empty this one out first. 6,487 litres from this one. And so we need another 2,800 out of this. So, oh, that's going to be fun to calculate. Let's try this then. 4,800. Where's that take us to? 7,900. So need another 1,300. So that should take us down to 3,500 roughly. And there. 3,569. 9,207. Wow. That is actually pretty much spot on. I am very, very pleased with that. Contract 9,200 litres. So we are 7 litres over. This should complete this contract and hopefully make us the money. Well, yeah, and then make us a decent amount of money. And then whatever is left in our combine, sort of 3,500 litres is all we've got left over across 2 fields. Right, we're going to take this down to 1,000 litres and see where we are. Up it goes. And shut it off. 93%. 94%. There we go. It still overdid. Wow. That's really weird. So our first field... Field 24, field 23, that took every last ounce of what it asked for. Field 24, or field 22, much bigger field, did not need everything that Better Contract said. So, yeah, that is just weird. Let's put the last 3,500 litres in, though. And then this can go down to our windmill. Despite the low amount of sunflowers we have left over from this contract, and I think we could have had over 4,000 litres, we have done pretty well today. 3 contracts, all completed, all done within the day, which is great. We're going to have to start looking at our fields, I think. And yeah, we need to get some lime on those and probably look at getting them cultivated ready for next year's crop, which is probably, I think I probably put spring barley in here to continue. That is all of that in there. How is this looking? Yeah, sunflowers are full. Any more left in here? Nope, this is completely empty, so that nearly filled it up to its brim. Turn that off. Yeah. Old trailer, new tractor over here. Old tractor, new trailer over here. Let's complete these contracts, and this tractor will disappear. So into here and contracts. So yeah, we're making a decent amount. Let's collect, and collect. Total then, we're up to 31,838. So pretty good. That has that's paid a good whack of what we paid actually to get the combine. And oh man, that is just the most amazing sight, the windmill against the moon. We are heading down to the river with our tanker on the back because we need to get some more water for our tomatoes. The greenhouses have run out, and in order to keep the tomato production going, we need to get that refilled. They're fairly water hungry, the tomatoes, so we want to keep them going. Might take a couple of journeys this, or we might do a couple over the next few days just to get this topped up. I want to see how much they use in a day, but this holds 6,000 litres of water, I think, so we should be okay for this. So the best place I found to grab water on this map is to come over here, and then we want to just back ourselves down here very carefully down to the water's edge and stop there. Right. Maybe not quite, maybe a little bit further. it's quite deep you have to go. There we go. So, refill this. And yet, the most we can take in here with our weight limit is actually 4,000 litres. So, it's not quite as much as we'd hope. But we do have the weight limit running on here for a little more realism. Does mean that this tanker can take the full 6,000 litres. But, yeah, not with how we've got this set up on here. So, let's get this back up to our farm and get this emptied out into the greenhouse and see where that leaves us up there. Now, with this taking 4,000 litres of water, I wonder if it's the same for the milk around here, and whether we'll be able to get the 4,000 litres of milk in here, or whether it will take the full 6. We are getting fairly close to that amount. So let's empty that out and get our tomatoes going again. That's fantastic news. So 399 and immediately going. Now, if we have a look in here and have a look at our Holstein cows, we are up to 3,328 litres of milk. So we could be ready for a full tank of milk later today, which would be good. And I'd quite like to get that going. Now, what I do need to do is deliver a load of tomatoes to the shop. We need to get that done this morning. And we have a lot of stuff down at the bakery that needs delivery as well. So we'll drop the tanker off the back here. And we'll head over here. And I've actually set this up so that it should automatically load the crates of tomatoes into our trailer. Now, this to me is fine because it's just, you know, one stage difference between us getting out in the tractor and doing it. Let's get out of here and close that. So we should be okay with that as far as sort of a realism setup. We're basically taking them straight out of our greenhouse and loading them into the truck. And so I'm now going to run this over to the farm shop, get these 2,500 litres of tomatoes sold. And then, yeah, we're going to head down to the bakery and we're going to load this up with bread from there as well and get that sold too. I have had a thought that we've got a full pallet of eggs back at the farm as well. So what I might do is go and get them loaded up and take them down to the bakery, because that's where we're taking our eggs at the moment to get them all set up for the cake baking that we've got to do in the next, well, 6 episodes. I think we've got, yeah, 6 episodes left on this series. Will that open up? No? Come on. Open the doors. There we go. Unload our tomatoes and make 2,072. That's not bad at all. So pretty happy with that. So yeah, we're going to pop back up to the farm. We'll grab the eggs that we've got sitting outside of our chicken coop. And then we can head down to the bakery and get that moving a little bit further as well. And of course, this will give us a chance to check on the status of everything down at the bakery as well. I'm not too concerned about how much flour we've got. I am a little bit more worried. Well, actually, no, I'm not. It's the things seem to be ticking along rather nicely. It's just if we can get the butter and the milk done over the next few videos, that would be great. So we're looking at getting what we have for... Oh, no, we need to round the back here. For the butter, that basically is going to be the first 4,000 litres of milk. We're going to put that into our small dairy that we've got out of our container up at the top, and get that processing through there. Once that's processed through there, what we'll be able to do is get the butter loaded up and delivered down to the bakery. At the same time, by the time that's done, we should have another 4,000 litres of milk as well. Where did those eggs go? We've lost a... yeah, it's 99. We lost 3 eggs there. I don't know where they went. It's not quite a full pallet, but that's okay. We'll deliver these down there. And the other thing I want to do while we're here is go and get some feed given to our chickens as well. It's a real sort of doing all the various bits around the farm we haven't touched for the last couple of months because we've been busy with the harvest. So it's sort of making sure this all goes according to plan. That is the remains of our chicken feed. So that's 696 litres of chicken feed that's in there now. So that's all good. And we do need to start preparing these fields for next year. We may not actually get them planted with a crop by the end of this series, but I do want to, at the very least, get them prepared, ready for a crop in the new year. There we go. So, with the eggs loaded up, let's close the door. And I think the door's closed. Yeah, door's closed. Let's head down to the bakery. And then we can go and sort the bread as well. And see what the situation is down there too. I'm feeling pretty fortunate with some of the mods that have been released recently. The new dairy mod that's in the container came out at just the right time for it to be useful on our farm. That should unload the eggs. There we go. So how are we? So we've got 25,000 litres of flour, 4,000 litres of eggs, and 7,000 litres of strawberries, by the looks of things. And yes, so it's 2 of everything. So at the moment, we are able to make 4,000 litres of cakes once we get everything in here. But that's pretty cool. So I'm going to back this up now so that we can load in the bread and get that done. So let's get those loaded in and round the back so that we actually look like we're doing it. Right, there we go. And we'll back up to the next one so we have less distance to go. Round and get that one loaded up. Back it up to the next one. And do the same there. Squeeze past. Get that loaded up. Oh, wow. This is a good amount of breads that we're loading into here. What? We're going to have a good 5,000 litres. There we are. So, yeah, does it say? It doesn't say. Let's close those doors up. 4,000 litres of bread. That's really, really good. And as with the other stuff, we need to get this up to the farm shop and get that sold up there. So 4,000 litres of this should be worth quite a bit of cash, I think. Up and over. And it's been a fairly good payday for us today. We haven't sold any of the canola oil yet, because that is due in December. I can't remember if I mentioned that earlier. 11,553 plus 1,169 on our environmental. That is huge. So yeah, we've not sold any of the canola oil. That will probably be sold next month. I think it's the only thing that we might need to do in December. Although, having said that, not strictly. We do need to also get our milk to our cow, from the cows into the dairy next month. So we will probably do that then. I think we're going to have about 4,000 litres ready to go. So we'll transfer that across, and that should work in our favour as well. Not much else to do in December, I don't think, so we'll see where we are. But we'll certainly have some of this transport work to do as well. And I think we're going to have water to transport around too. This is the route that I take going across country to get back to the farm. It is the smoothest and quickest route, really, that we have. So let's bring this down here. And do you know what? I am looking at the state of my truck and very much going, we need to do something about this. So today, I am going to get the pressure washer. And we will get this truck sorted. Where is the best? I think out in front of the house is probably the best place to put it. Because the water will run away from the house down into the bottom of the yard then. So let's put it here. We'll back off a little bit. Quite good choices in the shop at the moment. This Fendt, I think if we were earlier in the series, this little Fendt Favorite would be really useful to us. 115 horsepower. Yeah, would be a great little yard tractor for us to be buzzing about with. As it is, don't really want to spend the money at the moment. What we do want is under tools, I tend to go for this pressure washer. This pressure washer is a great little one. Now, I can get it to about here, I think. Might cause an issue with the bales. There. That's where we'll put it. Perfect. And then we just spray down our truck. Give it a good wash. It hasn't had a wash the whole series because this is the first time we've washed anything on here. And look at that. That dirt is grounding. There we go, though. That is the truck nicely cleaned off. And just need to clean the rest of it off here. Give it a quick wash in there. Yeah, we can't go much further with this. But that is looking very shiny. There we go. Even if... Oh, wow. We could do with giving it a repaint. How many hours? We've only got 4 hours on this. And, yeah, it looks like it's been in the wars a fair amount. But we will park that up there. Oh, I've undone the wrap on one of those bales because it's so close to our bit there. So the next thing we want to do today is we want to get started on our fields. We bought this a little while ago. This is a cracking mulcher. There we go. And, yeah, we want to get working on our field with this. The mulcher itself could do with a bit of a repair. The tractor's not too bad. And, yeah, this New Holland tractor has been really, really useful on here. It's been absolutely cracking and has done a very fine job for us. And this mulcher, we got this used at the end of last season. And it should mulch us fairly well. It's got a good width on it. I mean, look at the width on that. And it's easily handled by this tractor. So I'm not expecting it to take too long to get through our fields. Not worrying about using GPS here because it should be fairly easy to see where we've been. And down. And I don't think we need to turn this on. Nope, it's just a roller. And is that mulching? I think that's mulching. That's actually harder than I thought it was going to be to see it. Let's check on the map and mulched. Yep, it is actually showing as mulched. So, yeah, it's working. It's just not the easiest thing to see. Oh, except we can see that the stalks are down. So, yeah, it is doing its job. And we can see that it is as well. So that's good news. Our only problem with this tractor is whenever you put it into reverse, it immediately goes to -1. And so is so slow to get to reverse up and maneuver anywhere. I'm quite happy with this piece of kit on here. It is working very nicely. I'm trying to keep myself lined up as best I can. And yeah, trying to keep on the 0 angle we got here. Of course, we've not got GPS, as I mentioned earlier, and so it is much more by eye. But That's not a bad thing. You know, it was for a very long time farming was done by eye like this. And I want to line myself up. I think we'll put it down the middle of these. Down with that. And just going to back up a little bit further. There we go. And then we'll try and keep it in the middle here. And see if we can just keep a nice straight line. We've had a little bit of an overlap in the past, and that's kept things nice and straight. But this is easy enough. We can clearly see where we've been and where we're going, and as a result, this is going through here quite quickly. The day is getting on, but this is a nice wide piece of kit, so should be able to handle field 20 pretty well, I think. And yeah, that is just how simple it is. We are going across the field, getting this mulched and getting it prepared for whatever crop that we could end up putting here in the future. Speaking of crops, something I think I'd like to see possibly in a mod of some description is the ability to make both soy milk and oat milk. They are things that exist. We got both those crops in game. I mean, we create soybeans and we create oats. And yeah, it'd be great if the dairies were extended to include that. Whether they made a separate product called oat milk and soya milk, or whether they lumped that in with milk, which of course I realize isn't really it isn't really a dairy product and probably shouldn't be lumped in with milk like that. But for simplicity of maybe not having to update the entire map, to also take oat milk and soya milk would be quite cool. You know, it would open up another avenue to use the dairy and another way of using the crops from the farm, which I think would be quite nice to see, and a very logical way for it to go with the oats. So yeah, I think I would like to see a mod that included both oat milk and soya milk included at some point. And I don't know if there is one. If there is one, let us know in the comments down below. I am very intrigued to check out any mod that is doing that, because well, I wonder, can you bake a cake with oat milk and soya milk? That's a really good question. I have absolutely no idea. One thing we did forget to do on this field this year that we need to do is get the pH value up. So we need to lime this field. And there's no better time than over the winter to do that. So we can get in here in December, providing we've got no snow on the ground, that is. I think that should be fine. So that will go along well with us selling the canola next month and doing our monthly sale of the perishables. That should work out pretty well for that. And yeah, this field will be nice and clear by then. We do have a spreader that will do lime, so that's good news. And we can move forwards from there. Yeah, it's certainly affected our yield this year. Not by a huge amount. I think our yield was down by like 5%. In fact, what did we have on here on yield? So yeah, you can see at the top end here, we didn't get higher than 115%. And at the top end of the field, that is where we've got the loam. So we should have had 125% up there. And because we didn't lime it, and hadn't got it ready, that means that we dropped several percentage points in our yield. So definitely room for improvement. We are in a position where we can actually, we just forgot to do it last year, and it should have been more, but we'll get it done this year and it'll all be good. And yeah, that should be quite good for us. And just thinking, I'm sort of rambling off. Oh no, 249. Love to get that on the farm, but that is a big beast. We can't afford it. It's 250,000, and even if we manage to sell everything on here in the next couple of episodes, we still wouldn't be able to add a combine to our farm. And we're what, 3 years into this? It's yeah, quite a long road that we've been on, getting from there to here. And we still haven't got a combine to show for it. One thing I do love on this tractor is the turning circle. Because the wheels are set so much further forwards, they give a really, really good small turning circle on this tractor. And it works really, really well for maneuvering around the field, and quite nicely offsets the problem that we have with the actual reverse gear that it throws it into, because we are able to turn in a much tighter area. Doing actual reversing is much less of a problem. As it always seems to with Field 20, this job is taking a little bit longer than I expected. I think did I get that bit there? Yeah, I did get that bit there. Good. And yeah, we're past the halfway point, but we're not quite as far as I would like to have been. I've got sort of the distances and everything down. We want to put the tip of the hood onto the fourth one over, and that should cover all of the rows. And then yeah, straight across the field. Well, I think we can go up a gear. No, not up 2 gears. Oh, the gears on this tractor shift really quickly. It's not a problem I really have on anything else, but on this one, yeah, they shift massively quickly. And you tend to lose control of them very, very swiftly. But that seems to be a good amount now that we're a little bit further down the slope, and everything's evened out a bit. We're getting about 20,000 revs on the tractor now. So, yeah, normally that is a good place for us to place it. And you can see now, yeah, we've got ourselves into a good rhythm that should serve us pretty well for the end of this field. I'm not sure, judging by how low the sun is, whether we're going to be able to actually get our second field, field 17, done today. It's not very big. Oh, and we're missing stuff. But it is one that could end up causing us issues if we don't. Well, basically, we'll have to pick it up next time, and maybe get it done before next time, as there is a second day in November, but it's not a huge amount of work to do that doesn't really warrant a full video. As I mentioned before, the sun is getting a little bit low. It's just gone 5 o'clock. It's yeah, 10 past 5 now, and oh god, we're a little bit uneven in places. But we've got the lights on the tractor, and we're now just sort of moving into the final stages of this field. It's going to be a case of getting this field finished off and mulched, and then heading over and getting field 17 done. We should have both of these done before next time, and we'll be moving into December then. Be sorting out some butter for in the dairy so that we can get that done. Hopefully be able to turn 4,000 litres into that if we can. Let's pop into here, and yeah, butter 15 to 13. So we need a little bit more milk than we've got butter, but that should work out fairly well for us. And interesting, actually, in there we've got raw milk. I don't know if that mod adds raw milk to the sell points at all, because if it does, the thing that I was talking about earlier about having, yeah, there we go, no sell points. Okay, so we'd need to create a sell point for raw milk. But yeah, So extra sell points we'd need for things like oat milk and soya milk if we were to add those in. But I digress because we are doing fairly well. We should get this finished off tonight, but it's getting a little bit dark. Today, we are going to be getting our cows, or getting the first milk from our cows. We're going to load it into our trailer here and just transport it a very, very short distance into our dairy and get that all set up. We've got some tomatoes to deliver as well. We've got some canola oil to deliver. And my hope was that we were going to be spreading some lime on our fields. But as you can see, I kind of jinxed it last video. I said, as long as it's not snowing and that doesn't settle on the ground, we should be all right. We should be able to get the lime spread on the field. Now, it's snowing, but at the moment it's not settling. So the hope is that by the time we've finished these jobs today, what we should be able to do is get some lime and get it spread on our fields. So we're going to give that a try today and hopefully be able to do that. Right, what we want to do though first is fill up with milk. And yep, as we suspected last time, we've got 4,000 litres out of here, which is good. That's exactly what I wanted. So we know that we can get 4,000 litres of milk out and into our dairy. Now, before I unload into here, where's that unload? About there. Cool. Right. Let's just check our dairy quickly. I love this little dairy in a container here. It's really, really useful. So we want to activate the butter on here and just get this processing. So should be able to empty this out. Where are you? There we go. So empty out 4,000 litres of milk into there, and that does us rather nicely. I think, checking on our cows, we could do with going and grabbing them another 4,000 litres of water. So I'm going to take this and head down to the river as we did last time and get this filled up with some water to bring back up here and keep our cows going. So we're heading down to the water's edge as we did before, which is down the bottom here near the grain mill. I think, yeah, this is the base grain mill that's on the map. And then we just want to move the cart between here and get it far enough into the water that the hose will pick up. And then we can just refill from there. And as with last time, we can get a maximum of 4,000 litres of water in here with the weight limit. And then we can head back up and give the cows some water. Now, we might have to top the milk up that's going into our little dairy up here. Simply because if it produces 1,000 litres at a time, then we're going to find ourselves in a position where we don't have enough to create a full thing of butter. If we have a look in here, it is 15 milk to 13 butter. And yeah, we already have 190 litres, but that means we're going to be at least a little bit short of a full 1,000 litres. I don't know whether it outputs 500 litres or 1,000 litre pallets on here, but we'll check. And then we should be able to calculate when that finishes exactly how much more milk we need to put in there. I might, though, see how much milk we actually have sitting here and maybe fill that up. How much do we have? We got 800. And do you know what? I am going to grab that remaining 859 litres of milk. And we'll put that in. And that should ensure that we have enough milk in here to get at least a load of full pallets out. So yeah, with that doing that should work quite nicely. I'm going to head back down to our main farm, and we're going to switch over to the truck bed so we can go and grab some bags of lime. Might just be that the sun has managed to get up a little bit, but it suddenly looks like the snow is falling a little bit thicker than it was when we started. Oh, just managed to miss that citron there. But we've made it down to the shop. I'm gonna grab, I think 4 bags of lime should cover it. So let's bring this around here like so. Now, we discovered, of course, last time that the easiest way for us to load things up with our forklift there is to do it over the sides. So let's pop into here. I haven't checked the sales today. There's a gorgeous M6 series Kubota available to us. Now that's a cracking little tractor. It doesn't have anything on it. It's got the front 3-point. Yeah, that is an awesome little tractor. In fact, it's got the front 3-point, so we could take that off, as we don't really have anything that we're using the front 3-point for. And yeah. Unfortunately, adding either of those on takes it well out of our price range. But as a little forklift tractor around the farm, that would do very well. So it would have to have a Kubota front loader attacher on it, but we could switch out. That's really nice. Otherwise, maybe a Class Vario header. We could grab that for a combine for later. So I'm going to have a think about that tractor, because for once we actually do have the money. But what I actually went into the shop for was some big bags, particularly of lime. Not very expensive. So we're going to grab 4 of those and buy that. And that is the maximum I can pretty much fit in my truck. So that's why I'm going with that. And then we've got our little Manitou forklift here that we have a lot of fun getting to load things like big bags into things like my truck bed here. So up and into that. That is slightly to the right. Let's reverse this up and back in again. There we go. Right, we want to get as much there as we can and then lean it backwards to make it more stable while we're moving it. And then we should be able to just come over here and lift this over the top. Let's see. Yeah, it's got just enough clearance to sort of push them over. And then, whoa, okay, we lost one in there already. That's all right. I don't think I can get that picked back up. Actually, I might be able to from the other side. If I can do that from the other side and correct that, that'll be good. So get the tip in and lift it. Yeah. And then we'll want to do the same again. Just move it a little bit more across if we can. So lift, lean forwards and down. And yeah, that's got that in there. Perfect. Right, we hopefully can get 2 more in this side. It might be a bit of a squeeze, but it'll be fun to give it a try. So again, line up and pick these up as close to the front of the forks as I can, and then we lean it back to give ourselves as much stability as we can, and then we should be able to just come in here like so. Try and squeeze it over the top, and it does have just enough clearance. And then down, and hopefully, ooh, one's in, the other one not so much. So we'll grab just the bottom here and just see if we can nudge it in a bit. There we go. Hopefully without... Oh, that's why I'm slightly towards the back. Fortunately, if we're careful, we can nudge this in without piercing the bag. So let's try that. Lift it up slightly and in. There we go. So 4 big bags into the back. We will see now if we can do this. I am really tempted by that Kubota. I really am. I think that would be a cracking little tractor for our farm. Especially as we're going to be selling things over the next couple of days. All I want to do is take that off and put the front loader attacher on. And in doing that, I think that will do everything for us. So, 38,000, it's within the money we've got. Let's add a little Kubota M6 to our farm before we finish on this map. And I think we're going to have to head over to Patreon and find a name to put on the license plate. So, the person chosen at random from the producer tiers on Patreon is Simon Hardy. So, as his full name won't fit on here, I've gone with S. Hardy for this number plate. So, congratulations to you, Simon. Your name is on the number plate for this tractor. We will go okay there. And, yeah, it has split it a little bit weird. In fact, I think we might be able to redo that a little bit and make that work better. So if I go dash there, HARDY, that should get you a little bit better. In fact, we'll go dash dash S. There we go. Okay. There we go. A little bit more. SIMN. There we go. That. Simon Hardy. There you go, Simon. You are on the number plate for our Kubota. I've had to leave the O out, but that actually passes fairly well onto that number plate. So, have we got everything we want? Yes. Front weight, no. Front loader attacher, yes. We've only got 104 horsepower, but that's fine for what we're using this for. I think this is perfect. So, let's buy that tractor. Yes. Brilliant. So, we're going to get that. Well, we want to leave this up here for the moment because we're going to need to get a front loader for it, but we're not going to be able to do that before we sell the old one. So we're going to take this lot back down to the yard, get this parked up, and then I'm going to bring our other tractor up here with the front loader on it and get that sold so that we can replace it with the Kubota one, which should work much better for us. This is quite a bit of weight on the back of this. And I've actually noticed as we've headed back down to the farm here that all of the ground has turned white. So as far as I'm concerned, that actually prevents me from spreading this lime. I would love to have spread it today, but with frozen ground, that's not wise. So I think it's going to be a case of playing a bit of musical tractors. Now, the setup we've got with the crystal, if we take the front loader off this, it kind of makes our New Holland a little bit redundant. Interestingly, I think we'll keep going and we'll keep that for now. But certainly, I don't think there's a huge amount of use for our New Holland going forwards. It has got slightly more power than this tractor. So there is that going for it. And wow, we are going to have to repair this front loader before we sell it, because at the moment it is deeply into the red. How is our tractor looking? Our tractor is not looking much better. And so, yeah, we'll have to check that out. But with GPS and everything on this, I think this tractor is going to be much more useful for a lot of our field work. The New Holland we've got, actually, not a bad carting tractor. Doesn't require GPS and bits like that. So will work fairly well for that. And, of course, the tractor that we are replacing, well, the front loader setup with, our Kubota should work pretty well for what we're looking to do. Having the front loader on this tractor along with the GPS and the Isaria stuff has been frustrating me for a little while. So the ability to get the front loader off this and use this tractor more for the jobs that require those functions is really cool. And I'm really pleased to have that opportunity. So we'll bring this into here. 4007 needs repainting, and oh, wow, we can repair it, certainly. Can we repaint it? Oh, we don't have enough money to repaint this. That would give us a considerable amount of cash. And what I think we're going to have to do is actually not quite sell this yet and leave the Kubota down here. So I'm going to put this on here. We are going to look at this, and yeah, this does need a repair. I don't have the money to repair it at the moment. What I do want to do is drop off the wheel weight. So we're going to take it back down to standard wheels, and we're going to drop off the front loader attacher. So just sort of set this up as a more basic configuration. Not going to cost us anything to do that. Not going to give us any money either, unfortunately. And now I'm going to head back to the farm because, well, we need to go and load some stuff up, I think, and try and make some money to get enough to repaint that. We only need £1,000, and there must be something that we've got that we can load up that will get that money in. I know we need to sell the canola oil, but, well, actually, yeah, I can load that up into my truck and rebox it. So we might go and do that, and do that way. The rest, I don't know. We need to look at what our options are. So we are slightly limited in what we can do here. We've got 4 big bags in our trailer or in our truck beds. That's not going to make things very easy. We could sell the New Holland. As I was saying, there's not a huge amount of difference in power between our 8670 and our Zetor Crystal. I think the Zetor has 20 horsepower less in here. Oh, this is a large tractor, actually, this. So 170 horsepower and 171 horsepower. So, strictly speaking, this has more horsepower than this, which is actually fairly hilarious. So we don't necessarily need both these tractors. So that is probably the nuclear option, is to sell off the New Holland if we need to. But I think we have other options first. First thing being, let's drop this off. We don't need these. Well, we're going to need to unload these bags and load up our lime spreader, but that isn't going to be today. So what I'll do is I'm just going to take this and park it over here. I'm hoping that in January the ground is going to be less frozen and we'll be able to actually use those. Over here, though, we do have a load of tomatoes in our trailer. So let's back up onto this and see if we can't get these sold. As part of we're planning to sell these anyway today. How much we got? 1,500 litres. So 1,500 litres is worth to us. Where are we? There we go. Tomatoes. Enough money. 1,500 litres is going to be enough money. So let's head out onto the road. And yeah, we'll go and get these sold. And that should be enough for us to get that front loader repaired. And once we've got the front loader repaired, we'll be able to sell it and hopefully buy a new one. If this snow continues on like this, there is going to be quite a blanket of it on the ground here by the end of today. Wasn't expecting it to be this bad. I mean, I really did jinx it. When I said last video, as long as it's not snowing and the ground doesn't freeze and it doesn't settle, we'll be all right. And of course, that was exactly what happened. 1,329 plus 134 environmental score is absolutely perfect. We probably have some breads to sell as well. So I need to go and sort that. And in the meantime, though, I think we're going to be able to go down to the shop and sort out that front loader and hopefully get one for our Kubota. So I decided while I'm driving around in this, we are going to pop in and grab the bread. We've got 3 pallets of it just in the last month. So that's quite a lot. Let's load this up then. And yeah, we'll jump out. Help will get it loaded. There we are. Yeah, this is easily going to be enough. And it's probably going to give us enough as well to cover any extra we need for the front loader. So that is perfect. We'll close that up. And yeah, now we need to get this up to the farm shop as well. And make a little bit extra money. The bread from our bakery has just been brilliant. I'm so pleased that we continue to do that. Especially as it's not eating that much into the flour that we're going to need for the cakes. And we are, of course, now into the final 5 episodes of this series. We want to be getting the materials in to be making the cakes probably in the next couple of videos. I think next time we're going to be sorting the line, but we should have enough time to get... Nope, that's not far enough back. To get the butter in and the and some industrial sugar. There we go, 8,900. So yeah, we have plenty now. We should have enough time to get some industrial sugar into our bakery, because that's how we're going to do the sugar for the cakes. We should have enough butter created, enough milk generated from our cows, in order to get some cakes out by episode 50. So that is our aim. That is what I want to finish this series on. And at the moment, it's just going really, really well. With all that delivered, though, we can get back down to the shop and sorting out our Kubota. So what we want to do now is get this repainted, which should take us up more than 2,000. So 2010, we're looking to be on 6,834. And it takes us to 7,035. Brilliant. Let's sell that then. Yes. Gives us 17,000 to play with a front loader for our Kubota here. So pop into here. We will have a look again. Nothing under the sails, unfortunately. But under front loaders, we should find a couple of Kubotas. Right. So that goes on the M6. This... Oh, no, not that one. This goes on the M8. So that's perfect. We want this for 9,000. So details on that. This is absolutely perfect. The LA 2255. So we will buy that. Yes, please. Perfect. And then I want to make a small adjustment to the tractor itself. Something we had on the other tractor, on our Zetor, were the wheel weights. And the wheel weights are very, very useful for stability for the tractor. So let's come into here, over to here, customize this, and we will add wheel weights to the back. It's only 1,200 to do that, so perfect. And there we go. So this now should be a perfect tractor for us to do all our front loader work with. Might be useful to do a little bit of carting, but I don't really want to use it for that. This very much now is our tractor for doing our cows with and moving our stuff about with. And I'm very tempted, actually, to see if we can pick up... No, we have a weight back at the farm. So, yeah, we can use that there. And, does this have any... No, this doesn't have any beacons on it. So, going down the road, we're going to have to put the hazards on. But we'll get it home and back to the farm. And, yeah, that's going to be pretty cool as an addition to the farm. And we've got the tractor back down to the farm. It's now going to take up the space the Z-Tour did previously. What I'm going to do is... Do I want to unload that? No, I know what I want to do. We want to load up the canola oil that we've got. So we'll get those on there. And the other thing I'm going to do is put the rear weight on. So, yeah, I've got a rear weight on here. It's not a particularly big one, but it should be enough when added to our wheel weights to sort of offset anything that we want. And now I can just spin around here. So most of this is sunflower oil, and we're going to be actually selling that in January. What we do have is some canola oil at the end here. So we're going to lift that up and get that. Unload it up. It's not a huge amount, but it is it's enough for us to actually get some sold. So we'll box that back up in our trailer. And then I need to work out where that is going to be actually sold. Turn that off. And get this closed up. Oh no, I need to start the engine. Why we have to start the engine to close the doors, I don't know. There we go. And best place to sell canola oil, only place to sell canola oil, is the farm shop. And if we show the prices, so December is price, best price, 3,590 is our target. 3,572. Actually dropped slightly, so it's peaked and dropped. So yeah, we're gonna go and sell that. It's within a few pounds of our target, so yeah, that should still work quite well for us, and will actually be a pretty good amount that we've got done today. Oh, train coming through. That's quite surprised when it does that. More than once I've nearly got caught on this train track. But now we can continue on. So yeah, today's video has not gone in any way how I expected it to. We've got ourselves a new tractor unexpectedly. We've made 3,569 plus 361 pounds from our environmental score. And yeah, we have not got the lime spread, which is what I expected. 4 more episodes to go in this series. We're going to get our fields prepared. We're going to get those cakes being made. It is January. It is snowing again. We actually had the 2nd day of December was all snow covered, but it's melted at this point. Looks like it's going to stay melted today as well, although the ground is a little bit cold. We can see that from the grass. So no groundwork at the moment, but we have got a whole load of work to do already before we get started today. So we're going to jump in the Z-Tour to start off with. We're going to be using this tractor a fair amount today. We've got the liming to do when everything warms up a bit. And then well, that's pretty much the last thing we're going to be doing today. What we're starting with on this tractor today is getting some extra feed in with our cows, because we've got that needs doing. We've also got the milk. The milk is, well, not the milk, sorry, the butter. The butter is ready for transport down to our bakery. So the next stage of our cake making is almost upon us as well, which is great news. I'm so pleased that that's moving forwards. We are also going to be selling off some of, well, we've got some tomatoes, as always, to sell off. And we have to move the sunflower oil about because it's nearing capacity in the storage in the windmill. And as a result, it won't produce anymore. And we've recently had that problem on the Old Stream farm where we didn't move some of our grape juice out of the way and didn't produce all the grape juice in time. So I want to get that sorted today and do that. So it's a busy old day on the farm. We've got a few bits and pieces to get done. And all in all, it's looking to be pretty good. And we should get it all done in time. That is if this snow doesn't settle, because I really could do without that happening. We will be a little bit further up. Yeah, I'm just topping them up with the TMR we still have in the trailer here, which will do the job rather nicely. We don't have any hay bales at the moment, so when it comes around to springtime, one thing I do want to do is go and do a small hay baling contract, I think. See if we can pick up a bit of hay to feed our cows. We've got 3 silage bales, but hay bales are definitely missing. I think all the butter's been created. Yeah, we were expecting 4,000 litres from our dairy, and we've got 4 pallets of 1,000 litres each, so that's perfect. Yeah, all in all, this is looking like a pretty good run to the finish. So back down at the yard, I'm just going to drop this off in the shed. We seem to be fitting things in the shed better than we were previously. I mean, I've got an extra tractor now, and it's all fitting very nicely together in the shed. So I'm slightly surprised by that. Although, apparently, I still can't reverse things up. I want to get this in here. And a nice little shed up the top, actually, might be quite good for our cows to store this kind of stuff in. Patch that. Oh, no. And then move this out the way. Yeah, so pleased to have freed this tractor up and now have it in a position where we can truly use the better bits of equipment that we have on it. Now let's grab our Kubota. And we have got the bag lifter on it already, which is good news. Into reverse and high gear. And yeah, we're just going to unload these off here. I would unload them straight into the... Oh, actually, I was going to say, would unload them straight into this. But we might be able to do this in the overhang. I don't want to get lots of snow and therefore lots of water in there with it. And I'm not looking to actually do the liming until this stops. This snow stops. So yeah, it's not good if it's snowing while we've got the lime going. And as I said, the ground needs to thaw a bit as well, because at the moment it's very, very wet. Whoa. Turned that on. I didn't mean to do that. I want to open up the cover. Right, we want it around the other way. Back that back in. And yeah, if we load this up under the cover, that will be fine. We also need to unload the existing stuff we've got in here. So let's bring this over and do that. So yeah, nicely undercover. Prevent it from getting any snow in it and getting wet. And we will unload this there. So we've got 2 bags of fertilizer sitting in there now. And open this up. Yeah, and we can just unload these straight into... Whoops. Straight into our spreader. Love the way this hooks these bags out of the trailers. So we just go like that, hook it up and out and free. So much easier than our forklift, or so much easier time than our forklift is having. Also, we got 2,000 liters a bag. I don't think we need this much. I could be very, very wrong, and I'm hoping I'm right in that I'm thinking we've got too much, because that would be okay. If it's enough to spread across the fields, that's fine. I'm good either way. All I don't want to have to do is go and refill and get more, so that would be a bad move. But I think this is going to take most, if not all, of these. It should do. And yeah, there we go. And just look at that. Effortlessly lifts it out. And because we've got the weight on here and the wheel weights on here, it's just working perfectly for us. I think this little tractor, great little addition to the farm. Looks like we're coming to fairly full in our spreader here. I don't think it's going to take that last bag. In fact, I don't think it's going to take all of this bag, really. Oh, no, it has. But that's looking very, very full. How full is that? Yeah, 6,000 litres, 99%. So the last bag, we want to get that out. I really need to find somewhere better to store bags, because we now have those 2 bags of fertilizer at the back. I suppose I could just store it behind where the spreader normally goes. I mean, that would be fine. And see if we can get those other bags in here. I mean, it's nicely out of the wet and well stored and everything, so wouldn't be a huge problem. And if we move our lime spreader out of the way, we'll be able to get those other 2 and just tidy up our yard a little bit. Last bag out, and just get this in the back here. Yeah, this is the perfect place to store this. Works brilliantly for us. There we go. Right. Now I need to switch the front tool off of this, and we want to start moving the sunflower oil out of the way and more to allow more to spawn. Quite where I'm going to stack this, I don't know at the moment. We need to stack it somewhere where we're going to be able to easily get at it later. Looks like the snow is stopping, although the ground is still looking very cold. So we've got a fair amount of time still to work with this. And yeah, look at that. There we go. Getting our little Kubota, moving stuff around and loading stuff up is absolutely perfect little tractor for this. Where can I stack this? That's a really good question. I think I'm just going to put it... Alright, okay. In front of our house, I think. Nice little stack out the front of the house will be perfect. We can load it into our trailer from there. But yeah, there will be good. Kind of need a small storage area where we can do this. We're going to get quite a lot of sunflower oil off here now. I'm really intrigued as to how many crates, how many pallets are going to come out. 1,000 litres each. It's going to be a few. I think we may have finally moved all of the stored ones out the way. So that's 5,000 litres. So 6,000 litres we've got here. And then 2 more. Oh no, there is another one that spawned. So yeah, there was 6,000 litres stored. If I remember correctly. Yeah, that's all of the stored sunflower oil out. So 6,000 litres stored sunflower oil means that, wow, that's £24,000 worth of sunflower oil right there. Plus the 3 more that we've got here. So that then is 9 times 4. So £36,000 worth of sunflower oil that we have stacked outside of our house now. And that is not the last of it. The whole reason why we're stacking this, of course, is so that we can make space for the rest of the sunflowers to be processed into sunflower oil. So, yeah, we're going to make more than, well, a lot more than 40,000 off of this. And if it hits the top price, which is brilliant, absolutely wonderful that this year's crop is going to do so well. The final pallet of sunflower oil for now. We just want to put it down there like so. There we go. So yeah, 9 pallets of sunflower oil. Not that well done or that well stacked. But yeah, we wanted to sell all of that in February and make a decent amount of cash from that. So I'm just going to back this up here. And we'll get this into here. Because the ground has thawed enough. And the snow has stopped falling. So, yeah, we're going to go and spread some lime. And get this job done. And we might need a little bit extra if this 6,000 litres doesn't go far enough. So up to the top of the hill, and we want to set the GPS, because now that we have it, we might as well. So let's turn it on, bring up the menu. There we go. And then A plus heading is my favorite way to do this now. And back. Let's set our first waypoint. And we are going north-south, I believe. Turn on the lines. Yep, that's exactly where we're going. Set our width. And that is perfect. Wow. I have set myself up perfectly on this field. And now we just need to up the pH of our field here. Because it's currently way too low. Slightly concerningly, we are already below half of the lime that we purchased. And I'm just a little bit worried that we might end up having to buy a lot more lime. I mean, this is 3 bags worth that we have in this spreader. And we are not very far into the field at all. I know the lime level on this was pretty low in the first place, but yeah, this is having a very, very big effect, much bigger than I expected. And yeah, we may end up having to buy a lot more lime than we already have. I don't know if there is that a lime? I just realised we bought all those big bags of lime. I think just the other side of the road might be a lime purchase point. Or I'm just seeing it in the corner there. That might be somewhere right by our farm that we can get lime. So when this runs out, we're going to put the bag in that we've got. And then I'm going to go and have a look and check that out. Because, yeah, I think we don't have to go all the way down to the shop to get this refilled. So I've come back down to the farm. We've got nothing in our spreader anymore. We need to switch over the fork. Let's move that out of the way. Grab our big bag fork. There we go. Or big bag hook. And then bring this out here. Yeah, and get this loaded up. And yeah, I'm fairly sure I've seen a lime purchase point just over by the station. Makes a lot more sense for us to use something like that than well, apparently a stupidly large number of lime bags that we'd need to bring. So let's empty this out. And that's got that done. So back it off and put this back in the shed. And then we're going to go over and see really if this is a lime station. And we are able to get lime really, really easily. So yeah, that does look like a lime station just the other side there. Is there any way we should be able to drive through here? Because this is the place to load up at the station. People have told me before that I should have used this as a place to store my crops. And yeah, they're right. I should never have built the grain store. We only store stuff for a limited amount of time. Speaking of which, we're going to need to transfer these sunflowers we've got into there. Oh yeah, this is a lime station. And yes, it's charging us for it, but it's not charging a huge amount. So, wow, only 719 to fill that up. That is an absolute godsend. I get the feeling that we still might struggle next month to have all of our sunflowers turned into sunflower oil. Especially if we've got a whole load in the storage. We've got a whole lot to get through our windmill already. And yeah, we're going to have to keep a close eye on it over the next few videos, I think. And just make sure that we don't end up with an excess of sunflowers just kicking around the farm because we're unable to get them properly processed and properly out. Can't believe the level of differences to make. We're taking up an entire level of pH to make it more neutral. We are doing this on silty clay, so silty clay does take a higher amount to do that, hence the amount we're getting through. But it's looking like we're gonna need around about 24,000 litres of lime just to do this field, not considering the field that we've got down at the farm, field 17. So yeah, I think we severely, or I severely underestimated exactly how much work there was to do on here in order to get this field up to where it should be. Refilled our lime spreader again, 1,079 pounds on this. And this is our 4th load, I think, that we've had on this field. The next thing I want to do is I've moved my TLX 2020 and hooked that up to the box it trailer. So that's all done and good. Let's set this on GPS. Get it in the right place. Turn the GPS off. And then we're going to put a hired worker on it. Because I want to head over to the TLX. Get the tomatoes delivered. And get them paying us. And there we go. Oh, no. Leave it on. Yeah. So that should have enough lime now, I think, to finish this field. Which would be good. And I don't think the sunflower oil is coming out particularly quickly. Once we've done this, I want to head back up to our cows and get the butter delivered. We want to take that down to the bakery, get that done, and that'll be another ingredient in there for our cakes. If we can line our cakes up and get them ready to drop on episode 50, on our final episode, that would be brilliant. They arrive before then, that's fine. I am quite happy we'll have fulfilled our aim. But yeah, we got to probably going to get the sugar in next time, and then the only ingredient we'll be missing is the milk, and we're just waiting for that to hit 4,000 litres before we can go and transport that down to the bakery as well. I'm actually going to go round the other way this time and empty these out here. It's telling me the hired worker's finished, which means the hired worker's just got to the weird part of the field. Open this up. Oh. Open it up. There we go. Unload those. That's good. That's paid for 1.5 loads of our lime. And we'll head back to the field and figure out what it's done to think it's finished. Yeah, it's got to the bit where the field hangs out a little bit and done something a little bit odd. How much lime do we have left? Okay, we've got a fair amount of lime left. We'll just finish this last bit at the bottom end of the field off then. And then we can go and sort the butter out. But, yeah, that is not a huge amount left. And we've got plenty of lime. Got a couple of little bits around the edges. I'm actually going to stop this at that point there. Come around the bottom here and just do this as a headland bit. Because we're using precision farming, it should cut off when it's not needed. And only cut in when it is, like that. And so we'll get the same around the bottom section of the field here that needs finishing off. And then we're going to set it off on field 17 to get it going there as well. And make sure that both of our fields are properly limed. You can see the difference in the deep green of this field and the kind of pale lime green of the other one. Yeah, it's a big difference. I think I'm going to have to fill this up one more time before I let the hired worker have a go at it. I'm also seeing a few places where I've failed to mulch, so I'm going to have to get the New Holland out and with the mulcher, which is annoying because I've just washed it and it's going to make my tractor all messy again. But hell, it's a farm. These things happen and tractors are going to get messy when you get them on the land and work them. Refilled and ready to go. Let's get this back on the field. Like so. And hire worker. No. Oh, no. Need to take GPS. So GPS always overrides a hired worker. So you need to make sure you turn that off before you activate a hired worker to get them to do something. So let's pack up the butter up here. Bring that round. And open the back. And yeah. Butter goes into the rear. Get out and stack it up into boxes. Goes in there quite nicely. Quite a lot of that. And yeah, 42% full. And then just get the other boxes stacked in as well. It's already nicely in boxes that we're putting into these crates. Perfect. Close that up. And we'll head down to the bakery. 4,000 litres of butter to drop off. And yeah, it's 2 of each to create 1,000 litres of cake. So 2,000 of each of these will create 1,000 litres of cake. So we should have plenty to produce the cake overall. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to baking a cake on one of these series. I've done it on a live stream. This is the first time we've aimed to bake a cake on a series. Into the bakery. Yep. And we can unload the butter here. And we've got 2 boxes of breads to go and deliver. No, open up. Come on. There we go. No, there we go. Sometimes my side panel double presses. That is all the butter unloaded. So now I'm going to load up the bread from that. There we go. Much easier way to do back up like this. There we go. That is all the bread loaded in. Let's get this up to the farm shop so that we can finish things off. Because, yeah, the sun is once again setting. It is still winter and the days are short. They're also profitable, though, because this is the time of year where we sell more than anything, really. Looks like our helper's completed a task. I bet you anything that it hasn't, but I will head up the farm and make sure that that all gets sorted properly. First, we're going to unload this bread. Oh, we're not quite in the right place. There we go. All gone. Another 6,000, over 6,000. That is brilliant. We've got a busy day today. We've got lots of bits and pieces to get done. We need to get some water for our greenhouse and for our cows. So both of those need doing. We need to get some sugar down to the bakery in order to get the last couple of bits done for the cakes, where we've got those sorting. We've got to get some sunflowers into the windmill to try and squeeze as much sunflower oil as we can out of that. And yeah, we generally got a lot of stuff to transport around and get done. So it's going to be a bit of a heavy transport day, but it's going to get us very, very close to our goal of baking cakes by the end of the episode after next. So we'll see how that goes. First, though, we need to go and get some water. Now, one thing I hadn't considered, is the river going to be frozen over? Can we actually get access to the water to refill it? We're going to have to do like 2 or 3 trips today. So it's going to be quite difficult if we've got no access to water. Let's get around the tree, get this backed in. Yeah, best spot is just down here by the tree. And it's nice and liquid, perfect. Yeah, all this snow on the ground causes so much issue. Does make it great for us, though, to do the transport jobs like this on a day like this. It means we can top everything up, keep everything going, and make sure everything works well. Oh, forwards. But we can only take 4,000 liters of water at a time with this, because that hits the weight limit for our truck. So it's quite well, it's slightly annoying because we can't get the full whack of water that we want. But we can get a good amount, and this does work pretty well and keeps our costs down as well, and keeps our TLX 2020 really useful on the farm too. First thing to get a drink today is going to be our greenhouses. We want to get those doing some tomatoes again. So let's drop that off. If we head over here, we can see, yeah, we've got 7,253 liters of sunflowers going through here. We still have plenty of space to get more in, which is good because left over from last season, we still have 15,432 sunflowers in there. These are going to sell next month, so we need to load those up and get the rest of that sunflower oil out. And yeah, March is going to be our sunflower selling month, which is going to be great. Right, now that we got some water into our greenhouses, it's back down to the river and then heading up to the cows. So this is actually my second trip back to the farm with a trailer full, or a tanker full of water. I did a second load into the greenhouse, taking it up to 8,000 liters, and now we are heading up to the cows with this third tanker. So when I say second trip, I mean second trip since I went and tipped out that first one. It's quite beautiful up here in the winter sunshine. We've got a fairly low sun, and it doesn't get very high during the daylight hours in February, but it does look absolutely gorgeous. Now we need to bring this up here, and I think the unload point for this is around here somewhere. No, it's further up here. That's the loading point. We want the unload point, which is there. And now we can have a look at our cows. So our cows have a good amount of feed. They've now got a good amount of water. We've got 3,000 liters of milk so far. Now, ideally for baking our cakes, we want 4,000 liters because Our cake production takes 2 of everything, and we're basically trying to hit that 4,000 litre mark with everything. So we're going to go and sort out the sugar in a moment. We've got plenty of flour for it, and it's just the milk. We're just going to need that extra 1,000 litres of milk. So I'll probably do one more run with the tanker today and do the milk. So what we'll do is we'll back this up here. And the point at which we want to load the milk in, which is about here-ish, I think. Yep. What we'll do is we will drop our tanker off here for now. And we're going to head back down to the farm because I want to get the loading trailer on, our box it trailer, get the tomatoes we've got because our tomato production is going to take a little while to get moving again now that we've put the water in, and we'll go and sell those tomatoes, and then I want to head down to back off, that was close. Then I want to head down to the shop, and we need 4,000 litres of sugar, and we're going to go buy pallets of sugar. And we're going to take them down to the bakery. And then we can go and sell the pallets of bread we've got down there. And with any luck, we might get some more milk by that point. And hopefully at the end of the day, be able to take 4,000 litres of milk down to the bakery and get the cake production started. As I said, I want to sell my first cakes in a couple of episodes time. We've got a fair amount to be doing next time anyway, beyond that. So yeah, if we can give it a couple of months to actually produce some cakes, that would be great. 1,000 litres of tomatoes is going to be a nice little boost to us though, as we pull into Le Jardin de Fermier farm shop. Let's bring it around here. Yeah, and then we can open the back of our trailer like so. Sell those off. And there we go. Actually, that's over £1,000 for that lot. So that's really good. Now we've got to go to pretty much the diagonally opposite side of the map. Certainly quite a trip over, because the place to fill up the sugar is down at the machinery shop. Now, I would probably have had sugar available to me to do this ages ago if there was a sugar factory available on this map. There isn't, and so, yeah, I'm not able to... I wasn't able to process the sugar from the contracts we did several episodes ago. Let's pop into the shop. And over here. So our solution has been to grab this industrial sugar mod. 1,550 for a pallet of sugar of 1,000 litres. Is there... I think there might be a big bag as well, but I'm going... Yeah. So, yeah, same price, whether I get it in the big bag or in the pallets. As we're purchasing it here, boxing it up and delivering it straight to our bakery, I have no qualms at all about buying 4 pallets like this. So 1, yes, 4, yes. And yeah, if you think I can't count, that's because I wanted to cut the middle of that out. Let's head back. I promise you there truly are 4 pallets here to load up. So... I am going to still use the forklift. I know that I can just back this up and load it up, but we have a forklift down at the shop, and we should be using it where we can to lift pallets and things and get them reboxed. So let's do that. I don't like being... I don't like not manually doing things in Farm Sim. It irks me, actually. Auto-loading and all that kind of stuff is just not something I'm looking to do. I much prefer to get all of this done myself by hand and feel like I've achieved something by doing it. It partly comes from in the early days of me playing Farm Sim. I got to the point with courseplay once where I had my entire farm automated. I had my combines going to the fields automatically. I had them cutting the fields, and the tractors loading up, transporting and delivering. I had tractors coming from the woodlands area with wood chips and unloading their wood chips automatically. Once I'd done a whole load of wood chipping, and yeah, it got to the point where I went, you know what, I actually want to do this myself. Still use courseplay for some things, but nowhere near as much as I used to. Yeah, and I haven't even downloaded AutoDrive, which of course is the whole side of things now that allow you to automate travel beyond the base game automation. And yeah, I find the base game hired workers work fine for me for getting vehicles and equipment around the map. So yeah, no need for AutoDrive at the moment. Maybe one day I'll find a situation where I really want to use it. But today is not that day. We are loaded up with the sugar, so let's park up the shop's forklift there. Close up the back of this, and yeah, 4,000 litres of industrial sugar ready for us to bake some cakes. Let us get it down to the bakery. Once I've unloaded this today, what I want to do is then load up our bread that we got. We've got 2 pallets of bread here ready to go. So we'll unload this sugar like so. And yeah, now we're down to 399 litres of sugar. So just about 4,000 litres of sugar. There's always some rounding errors and things, bits like that in Farm Sim. And then back this up here and load in our pallets of bread. Get them boxed up, ready for sale. Got last one in. There we go. Yeah, I said I don't like the auto load, but here we're reboxing them ready for transport. It's I don't like using it mostly. And we do have strict rules on how we're allowed to use the auto load of this box it trailer on this map. Something I didn't check while we were down at the shop was what's available used today. We'll have a check of that in a moment, because there might be something good in there. For now, let's pull this in here, and right, this should be where this unloads. I've got the indicators turned off at the moment. There we go, 5,243. I think, yeah, that has just very, very neatly offset the cost of our sugar. That's brilliant. That has basically, that bread has bought our sugar. So back down to the farm. We need to sort these sunflowers out next. First, I need to put my box it trailer back in position. So what we're going to do is open up the back, bring it round, and yeah, position it so that it can automatically, or that we can immediately box up and put into the trailer our tomatoes. Forward slightly. I think there should do it. Disconnect that. And then the flatbed. Actually, no, we'll park this under the flatbed. But we're not going to be putting the flatbed back on quite yet, because, as I said at the beginning, I want to go and transport any milk that is with our cows today. Let's just turn that off. Because, here we are. Milk with our cows. We're up to 3,062. So I want to maximize the amount of milk we can get in to start that production of the cakes. So we want to grab this tractor. I don't think it matters. Both our tractors, all 3 of our tractors actually, are of a very similar sort of horsepower. We can use the Z-Tour for this. Let's grab that. Looks like the snow gets under our shed here. Causes us issues with that. Means that everything isn't really protected under here. I think continuing on, I would want to get a nice new barn for in here. And something a little more enclosed. There's a few good barns actually kicking about. Lancey Boy's got quite a few. I've used a few of those on Realism Experiment on Calmsden and places like that. And there's a couple of other great ones kicking about too. Right, sunflowers. There we are. 15,000 litres. Let's load that into the trailer. And then we should be able to just park the tractor over by the windmill. And just keep feeding these in. What does worry me is how full is our capacity for sunflowers. So we might need to move some out the way. We've got quite a bit already stacked over by the house. Open that up. And get this reversed up and in. Like so. Right up. There we are. And if all of these go in, that will be great. Otherwise, I think... Actually, have all those gone in? All of those got in. So we don't have to park this here. We can just drive this around, put this all away, and now we're going to just keep creating sunflower oil. As I said, what I want to check quickly before we go any further, though, is exactly how much space we have for any sunflower oil that's comes in here. We want to make sure that we can keep the production of the sunflower oil going over the next month, because we've got a lot of it to transport next time. It's going to be fairly transport heavy, I think, for the last couple of episodes on here. So we've only got 820 litres of sunflowers in here. And yeah, we're not really storing anything at the moment. 820 litres actually goes not very far in the storage. So we've got a 2-to-1 ratio. This is going to create 11,000 litres. I think we're going to have to make some space between now and next time. Because, yeah, that is 1,000 litres per one there. I think we'll move those. While we've got the time, it makes sense for us to move those. And then we know that there's going to be enough space available to us when we come to do that. So reverse, please. Forwards. Now that little visual glitch you saw there a moment ago is a mixture of me having the no camera collision mod and just clipping through the roof of the building. It's actually quite a cool thing, because that basically shows you what the game does when it has a building in the way of something you're seeing, and how it reduces the load on the PC when it does that, because it just no longer renders anything it can't see, or anything it thinks it can't see in this case. And yeah, that just helps performance no end, and was something that they introduced with FS22, and I really love it. The fact that it does create me a visual glitch with that mod every so often is minor compared to the performance that it's helping to add to the game. Last pallet of sunflower oil for now, until our windmill creates some more. But that should create enough space now to safely produce the rest of our sunflower oil. And then we can get all of this sold next month. This is the culmination of our crop from last year. And it should make us a lot of money. Right. Is that on there? That's on there. Perfect. Yeah, how many? So that's 12,000 litres there We've got another 11,000 litres to come. That is going to make an awful lot of money. I think it's 3,000 litres a pop. So let's just double check that. Costs of, or price for selling sunflower oil. There it is. 3,914. Top price is expected to be 3,902. Wow. So it looks like we might end up with a higher price than the top price. I've sold at what I thought is the top price before like that. I'm gonna resist this time. We'll see whether this comes to bite me in the butt, but that is above top price at the moment. And I'm kind of hoping it's gonna go higher. Snow's all melted. So the ground is looking nice and fresh again. We've got our fields here that are ready to get planted soon. We might plant those in March. I mean, we're not going to be able to see through to the harvest, unfortunately. But yeah, we might still get those planted this year. Let's pop up the top, though, and go and grab ourselves some milk and get that transported down to our bakery. Because, yeah, it's time to get the cake started. Off the road and up to our dairy cows. Just a little group of dairy cows. All good. And back it up. There we go. Right. How much litres of milk have we got? 3,125. So we're going to take all of that. It's not quite the full amount we can transport, but it will be enough for us to get the cake making started, and should ensure that by the end of 2 episodes time we have cakes to sell, which is, yeah, going to be brilliant. I'm so pleased. This is the last ingredient we need to get the cakes going, and pretty much ensures that we're going to make some cakes in time. And I'm just a little wary because I've done cakes before. I did it on a live stream for a birthday live stream, and it took ages to produce them. So yeah, I'm giving myself a nice wide berth here, where we can actually make them and see if we got we've got plenty of time to actually get these producing. Right, bring this round, and then we'll get the milk unloaded. So there we go. Unload our milk, and there we are. Time to get the cake making started. So I'm going to turn off bread production. We've only got 500 litres there, so we'll deactivate the bread production. We're going to activate the cake production, and away we go. Just a little bit more milk would be useful, and I might top that up with another amount. But yeah, the cakes are on their way. So the question you're thinking is, Via, if you've got what you've done, done today, why haven't you finished the episode? Look at the state of this truck. People are always telling me to clean my truck, so let's do it. Let's get this nice and clean and sorted so that it's all shiny and raring to go next time. I think we're probably going to do a bit of water transport next time, get those done. We're going to have some tomatoes to sell next time as well. And yeah, we got the sunflowers, this big pile of sunflowers to sell, which is going to be a massive, massive payday for the farm. I did say earlier we were going to have a look at what was in the sales in the shops. There's an Axion 960, 920 in here for 127,000. That is a bargain for a 325 horsepower tractor. We don't have the money for it. We might have the money next time. If it's still there, we'll consider it. Maybe selling off another tractor, seeing as we have a lot of overlap between our tractors. Does this have anything on it like GPS? No. It's just a bog standard 920 for that price. Still a very, very good price, and I think that would be a good thing to consider. Right at the end here. Today, we've got a few bits to sell. We've got one item to buy because despite the fact that we're finishing off on here, it's still a working farm, and the plan is to continue until the end as if we were going to be doing a new harvest and things. What we are short on today is money. Thankfully, we've got a few tomatoes loaded up in the back of here. And we need to empty this, so we're going to be starting off with that. Heading over to the farm shop and getting these sold. And then we're going to head back to the farm and get the sunflower oil sold as well, which should bring us in enough money to buy a new piece of equipment today. Something that we need in order to continue on our farm. And so we bring this into here and our normal happy place to unload this stuff down at the Jardin de Fermier farm shop. Open up the back. Out go the tomatoes, and in comes 1,328 in sold product, which is great. 134 on the environmental score. We're doing fairly well on the environmental score on here at the moment. Let's just have a quick look at that, because it's something we've not looked at too much with precision farming. But yeah, overall, look at that environmental score at 84. We are failing a little bit on the weed control because we're not spot weeding, and we've failed a bit on the pH value because we until recently haven't been taking control of it. So as it goes into the next year, it's actually going to push that up a bit, which is great. Do we get to see individual? Yeah, so we can see individual values on the field. Yeah, the 85 there, again, same things that are doing it. The soil sampling is great and the tillage is great. It is just the weeds and the pH control, but that should improve markedly now that we have it all sorted. So let's get back up to the farm. Let's get loaded up with sunflower oil, and I think that's going to be heading down this way as well. So let's get back into our farmyard and open up the back of this so that I can load in this sunflower oil. So we have a good amount of sunflower oil here. What we've got 12 pallets there. We have another 3 here, so that is 15 pallets in total. I think we might have some. Do we have some in storage as well? Very possible we have some in storage. Let's see. 1,072, and these are 960. So there's one more pallet in there as well. So what we're going to do is grab our little Kubota front loader tractor. I do like this. I'm very pleased that we managed to get this on here and get a third tractor on this game. We've never managed to get a harvester of any kind, and I have been very tempted actually to plant sugar beet for the next year. But I think instead I was talking about getting another seeder and getting things sorted. So I think we're going to do that. Now let's see, can we get the sunflower oil in here? Up in one go. I'm not going to try and take 2 stacks at once. Whoa, no, I can't even take that. Wait, oh, let's not send that bouncing. No. So we're going to take single stacks. Or actually, no, can we take 2 pallets at once? The other one is a bit heavy, but 2 pallets, is that in our remit? Yeah, it's lifting the back of the tractor a little bit. But I think we should be able to take it just a little way and get it in. Yeah, if we're careful, we'll be fine. So let's do that in there, and then our helper can restack it as we go in. And that is going to be the best way for us to do this. We'll do 2 pallets at a time. It'll be a little bit quicker, and it'll also mean that... oh, wow, that doesn't want to stay on that. We'll be a little bit more efficient. I don't like the way that pallet was jumping then. That was not good. Now, I should note that while the price is fairly high for sunflower oil at the moment, it is not currently at best price. We are a few pound off that. So let's load that in. And if we have a look in here, we can see that the best price we're looking for is 3,886. Current price is 3,847. But crucially, the price is still on the up. So my hope is that by the time we've loaded all of this in and got it done and dusted, have we got any more space in there? Is that full? No, that's not full. No, that is the most we can fit in there. So that is 7,000 litres of sunflower oil. So, yeah, we aren't quite at the best price yet. I think we might have to wait a couple of hours and see exactly what we can get the price up to. It's going to be a little bit higher than I really want to hit. So, I've given it a couple of hours. It is now 1 minute past 11 and... checking on the price, we've now hit 3,900 per 1,000 litres. I think that is above the price we're aiming for. Yeah, 3,886. So I'm happy to sell at this point. It is still on the way up. And I think when we come to sell the rest of this, which is probably another trailer load, we should end up with a good price. So, yeah, we're going to end up with a good price for all of this. 7,000 litres at nearly £4,000 pound a go is going to be a really good payday. I am extremely happy about what we're going to make off the sunflowers, to the point where I think we might actually put a field of sunflower in for the next year. Although, having said that, of course, that's two crops, one after the other, and not a great way to do crop rotation. Now, as I was saying a moment ago, the price for this is still likely to go higher, and before we unload it, I will double check how much we're paying through that sell point here, and then bring this round. There we go. Right, let's check the price one more time. It's yeah, it's already gone up by another £10, so this is only going to go up and up and up at this point. Let's bring those open and unload all of this. Look at that money shoot up. And that is 27,378 plus 2,771. Yeah, this is an enormously great payday for us off these sunflowers. Has made everything worth doing on them this year. Absolutely brilliant. And we've still got another load of them to go. So back up to the farm and load up again. Back down to the farm again, and yeah, I don't think there's more than one trailer full here. We will see though. Let's get the remains of these two pallets in. So back into our Kubota and reverse it up and get them loaded up. Oh, there we go. And up. I haven't checked my my greenhouse. I think we've got enough water in there still. Are they? Yeah, they're still producing tomatoes, which is good news. We probably need to check on the feed level for the cows as well. They are going to need a bit more feed in the near future. And whoa, oh god, that's that glitchy load up again. That is not on there securely at all. It's a good thing this sunflower oil is in plastic bottles, because otherwise that would be a big problem. Right, that will load in and done like that. Yeah, these forks, these front forks really don't like anything more than a single pallet of these sunflower pallets on here, or sunflower bottles, pallets of sunflower pallets. Really don't like these, yeah, more than a single pallet of sunflower oil. They definitely freak out if you do more than that. But that's fine. We'll get these in. We'll get them loaded up. And yeah, as I said, looks like we're going to get one more full trailer in here. We'll see how much of these go in. But it's really good. I mean, if it's going to be another 27,000 for these as well, then yeah, we are going to be in with a really good amount of money. In fact, we already have enough money today to buy the piece of equipment I want to buy. So it's all good. We're looking really, really nice and pretty for what we want to get done. In fact, I think we're going to be left with a little bit extra because these are the last 2 pallets here, and that is looking very full. I don't think it's going to take very much off this pallet to rebox. In fact, there we go. Yeah, still 58% left on here. So it's going to be one more run after this. We might actually just put these last 2 pallets in the flatbed for that last run and just sort of put this away. But for now, we got another 7,000 litres. Let's get this down to the farm shop and see how much this is going to sell for per 1,000 litres. Back down to the farm shop again, through the sell point and into this one. Open it up. And how much is... Oh, before I do that... Oh, we sold a little bit. Before I do that, how much is it worth? 3,952, and it's topped out at that by the looks of things. So yeah, we are topped out at 3,954. So that's brilliant. That's a huge amount of money, well above the price we're looking for. And how do I have a pallet of those sitting at the back? Okay, let's try and move these. Nope, they seem jammed at the back there. So don't know what we're going to do about that because I can't seem to get them out. We want to sell those sunflower oils. That's a little bit weird. Okay, so by the time I got back down here to the farm, they'd corrected themselves. So we just got to get the last couple of pallets in. We've got a few bits in here already. And yeah, this is going to top things off. We are at 72,000 on here. And that's just really good. We're going to have another couple of 1,000 litres. So there's probably another 10 grand sitting here that we've got to get delivered. That's all good. We're going to get a direct seeder. So next year we shouldn't need to cultivate the land first. Are we into that? No, we're just a little bit low. There we go. Yeah, these pallets are absolutely fine if you're just picking up a single pallet. The moment you try and stack pallets and pick them up, A, it's really heavy for the tractor, and B, it just doesn't like it on the forks. Whoa, well, they're in. So let's go park this up now that this is done. And yeah, we don't have any hay bales here, I don't think. So we don't have anything to feed the cows if we need to, unfortunately. Maybe we can rectify that back down at the shop when we head down there in a bit. For now, though, let's just take this and go back up to the farm shop one more time and get this sold and see what it's worth. It is exactly 2,000 litres that we have in here, so it's definitely worth a fair whack of cash. Yeah, I think this is going to be worth 9,000 at 4,500 each. No, 3,950. Let's see. Let's pop out here, get these doors open, and then we can sell it off and see what it's worth. And there we go. 201 in the environmental score. Oh, we sold a little bit first. 8,000. Yeah, we're up to 81,403, so just under the 10,000 in total. Very, very happy with that. 81,000 is a really good amount. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to head back up to the farm. We're going to grab the Z-Tour, I think, and we're going to head down to the shop because for the rest of the afternoon, I want to start getting next year's crop into the ground because, as I said, despite the fact that we will be finishing here next episode, we do want to continue this as if it's a functioning farm. I've got two reasons for wanting to get this Z-Tour down to the shop. You could actually three reasons. We're a little bit low on the DEF. It needs a good repair, and it's going to be the perfect piece of equipment to do the next job with. So we're going to take it into the repair bay first. Well, let's turn the engine off if we're getting it repaired, and come into here. We want this, and repair on this is going to be 5,756. So I didn't want that getting any worse. Then we got to head over to the shop and buy some goods that we need. So first things first, we need some DFs. So I want to grab a pallet, and we want one canister of DEF. So we're going to buy that. No. Can we get a... I'm going to get a 50 litre capacity. That should be enough, I think. No, actually, let's save a bit of cash, he says, and buy that. Perfect. Let's have a look in the sale stuff. Nothing in there that we really want today. Some good bits and pieces, but yeah, nothing that we're after. So instead, what I'm going to have to do is go into the seeders and get the seeder that I've been looking at, which is this one here. It is the Vadstad Rapide 400C, which should be really useful. We can get fertilization built into it or not. It adds 1,000. I'm tempted actually to leave that off. We've got something to fertilize with, and we'll use that instead. License plate, as always, new piece of equipment. We need to select a patron at random, so let's go do that. So of the names picked at random, or the name picked at random from the producer level tiers of the patron, Galcomp Gamer, congratulations. So Galcomp is the number plate that we're going to be putting on here, and yeah, we can see it across the back there. So we will buy that, yes. So we can always add fertilization onto this later if we want to. Oh, and I need to check how much seeds, or how many seeds this takes. So let's see the capacity of it. Capacity is 4,300. I think we're only going to need a... Okay, 4,300. We can put... That should be 4,000 litres. Yep. So we will buy that. Yes. Okay. Perfect. So now we can load up our seeder with the big bags. And we'll have enough seeds to get all this done. First thing I want to do, though, is refuel our tractor with the 25 litres of DEF. It is a little bit low. Can we refuel this from here? No. There we go. So that is now filling up our DEF, and it does take a little while to do this. I'm kind of glad that I haven't got yeah, that I didn't buy the 50 litres. This is going to be more than enough, but you can see it goes down a little bit slowly. I should have hooked everything up and then just got this filling up as we went. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start loading up our seeder. We have got a nice open seeder anyway, because it's sitting next to these. And I think, oh God, this is going to be tight. Can we get this in from the back with this, or am I going to have to load it up from the side? Up onto there. Oh, wow, am I going to be able to get this to load this up at all? Or should I have bought the Kubota down here? Yeah, that is not going to load that up, is it? That's not high enough. So we're going to have to go up to the farm, grab our Kubota, or maybe we get the truck back here. Either way, I've got a bit of a trip to do to get these sorted. And yeah, it's... How much is left in that? 1 litre. That is going to be super annoying, that is. We will... we'll leave this with this. I think we're going to have to go back to the farm, drop this off, and get the truck. I don't know if we're going to get to do some seeding today. It's getting fairly late in the day, and as a result, it's going to be fairly late before we start. Maybe we can get the small fields done today. That would be good. Right, close that up. And yeah, we'll head back to the farm with this and come back with the truck to get the rest of these seeds. I don't know if we'll get any seeding done today at all, to be honest. Beacons on, and away we go. Tractor dropped off, and truck back down to the shop. There we go. And we worked out that the best way for us to load this in before was basically just try and hoik it over the sides. So forwards and in, and we should be able to load this up. I do like the Kubota or the JCB Teletruck, actually, as shop pieces of equipment for loading stuff up. They seem to work a lot better than the Manitou does, especially when I'm dealing with flatbed like this. It's a lot harder to get the... Oh, come on. In you go. There's one. Other one in, please. It's a lot harder to get the stuff into the flatbed. Or the truck bed, sorry, I should say, because this isn't a flatbed. It would make my life a lot easier. With those kind of pieces of equipment than it is with this Manitou. This was not a good pairing. And I think when we come to do Attingham Park and we select the piece of kit to go in the shop for there, I think what we'll do is probably have something that's got a little bit more extension on it. Maybe even a skid steer or something like that. Just to see if we can do a little better. I think we're going to end up with a flatbed for transport on there. See that then? Much better way that I got that one loaded up. Although that has still got caught on the bed. Down. There we go. In and back out. That's how you do it. That's how you do it effectively. Like that. Yeah, right kit for the right job. Speaking of which, can I fit the AdBlue on the back of here, in here? We might have to lower the truck bed for this, so... Or the back of the truck bed. There we go. So get that jammed in the back there. That should still close. Strap that all down. Close my truck bed. Yeah, that's fine. That's all in there. Perfect. So, yeah. Let's get this back. And then we'll be all set up for probably our last day and our last job, which will be getting next year's crop in and seeing if we've actually managed to make some cakes. Have we managed to achieve what we wanted to before the end of this and managed to make some cakes? Have any been produced in time? We are gonna find that out next time, and I'm excited. It's gonna be really interesting to see if we've made cakes and how many we have if we have. We are gonna jump into our Kubota to start off with. Drop the forks off because we do have a whole load of seeding to get done today. We are going to seed our fields. We are, as I said, leaving this farm as a working farm. And as it is late March, we do want to get all of the seeding and everything done. We have a few items left to sell off. I think we probably got a few bits in our trailer over there. We must have some stuff in our box it trailer. Let's have a quick look. Because our tomatoes are going strong again. And yeah, so that is loading up a bit. There's a few bits to sell in there. And we might have a bit of milk to sell as well. So we might run that down to the... Well, we'll run the milk to the dairy to create a bit more butter, I think, because there's not really much point in taking it down to our bakery without doing that. And then, yeah, we will finish off with a trip down to the bakery, see if there are actually any cakes having been made over the last month or so. And if there are, we'll sell them and we'll see how much they're worth. First... I just want to get this to unload, which it doesn't seem to want to. Let's have a look. Let's start the engine up on this, cover it. Let's cover it so we can see when it actually removes the cover, and then see if we can't load this. So apparently that should be filling up at that point, but for some reason it isn't. Now, this is a modded seeder, so it may be that this has an issue with overloading from the top. Or maybe this takes seed as well as... Yeah, there's a... Oh. It kind of wants to take it, but then doesn't. So, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, look at that. There we go. Finally found the sweet spot. And we can unload... and get this full of some seed. There we go. That can't be full. 800 and... No, it is very, very picky about exactly where this will empty. And because I know why that stopped then. Because it's so picky about it, it basically had an issue with the tractor rising up as the bag emptied. So as a result, we ended up with it just raising up a little bit out of its sweet spot to do the unloading. So yeah, there are issues with this seeder. It's one of those things where it doesn't seem to have quite been tested with a big bag, maybe. Yeah, because look at that. It's just such a weird sweet spot to get it to unload. You have to raise it. That's weird. It loses it completely. So where is the point at which this unloads? Oh, we had it. There we go. Got it again. But it'll move out of it as it raises up. So it's adjusting it ever so slightly down until we find that sweet spot again. There we go. Wow. So a very picky seeder, but we seem to be just about there. Yeah. Finally managed to get it fully filled up. So we'll move our Kubota out the way and go and park this up in the shed. And then we are going to take this and head up onto our large field. Finally get something planted using some GPS. Might just see if... I don't think we've gone down enough. We've got 1 litre in the back of that... in that tank in the back of our truck. And it'd just be really nice to get rid of it. Right, what are we planting? I think we're planting oats this year. That's all we can plant at the moment that fits in with what we've got on here. So yeah, oats, sunflowers, grapes and olives. We can do sugarcane and sugar beet, but no. It's going to be oats this year that gets planted. So that should be fairly good. And like all the other times, we are going to go and do it from the top of the field and do it across, because that fits better with the slope of this hill. So here we go. Let's line this up at the top here. 4 meter seed of this, which I got because more of this field than the other one. Right, and back it up. Get us onto a 180 degree, hopefully. Hoping this maneuvers quite well as well. This is a direct seeder as well, so next year we wouldn't need to go and get things all sorted in the same way. Right, and down to 180. What I'm going to do, we'll turn on the GPS, we'll bring up the menu, and we're going to go A+ heading. So there, and we're looking at going 180. 80, there we go. So that sets our cardinal. We want to set our width. I'm going to turn the lines on. Oh, there they are. Right. So back them off. And forwards like that. Set it on. Turn on. Oh, we need to unfold. Now, will this go wider? I think it's unfolded. Have we not got this connected up? So, yeah, that's all connected up. Let's unfold our seeder then. There we go. No, unfold it. It's a tiny wheel on the far side. There we are. Down. And wow, that was a little bit of a pain to get started. But we are started. One thing I really like about this seeder is how maneuverable it is. You can turn really, really well. We can do the thing that modern farming seems to do with GPS, which is alternate rows. And get ourselves very nicely set up and turned around very easily without too much moving backwards and forwards. It speeds up the whole process and generally makes everything move a little bit smoother. I am going up right to the edge of the field here because that works out better for us. Oh, no. Now, there is a little bit where you've got to bring it right round. Otherwise, you don't get back onto the right thing. It slightly strays into the next row. And if you're not all the way round, if you're not bringing it right round to basically straightening this all up again, you end up skipping 2 rows instead of 1. So I have got to watch out for that. But otherwise, yeah, this is going quite smoothly, and this Zetor is perfect for this job. Look at those nice parallel lines going across that field. That is absolutely lovely, and especially with the contrast of the field that's limed against where we've planted is brilliant. Only thing that's breaking it up a bit is these lines coming out the back of our seeder, where our multiple wheels on the seeder are putting down some lime or spreading a bit of the lime that they're picking up on their wheels. Otherwise, it's all working really, really well towards completing this field. And I'm happy with that. I'm quite pleased. I'm reflecting a little bit on what we've achieved in this series. It's very, very interesting. We haven't moved beyond these first 2 fields. We've done a lot of work with getting tractors and extra equipment and stuff. We've never owned a combine, and yeah, we've never moved beyond these initial 2 fields. We have bought the bakery, and we did buy our own windmill, of course, as well to do flour and oil, which is quite cool, and I do like that windmill. I think we may end up using that again on another series. But I think my aim for my next Start From Scratch series, which of course is starting this week. It starts on Saturday. It is on Attingham Park by GB Modding. We are starting that on Saturday. I think my aim is going to be to try and expand the farm a bit, as well as making sure we have enough equipment and things. In fact, I have a good plan for what equipment we're going to start off that series on. And I think because of the type of equipment it is, it's going to allow us to expand the farm quite well with any luck. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting from that. But I very much think I want to get more than 2 fields to work. I want to have a bigger farm going into that series. And we'll see how we go. Maybe a little bit less reliant on contracts. Maybe we can get work done on our farm and earn the money that way, rather than having to turn to the contracts on a regular basis as we've done in the past. Getting the turn right at the end is really quite important. Otherwise, you end up with what we've got at the start of the previous line here, where you can see we've come in a little bit of diagonal. I've turned a little too sharply, and therefore the seeder hasn't quite come round far enough. And so when it's gone down, it's a little bit out of place. We might end up with having to go over the end of the field there a little bit. So yeah, it's making sure that the turn just isn't too sharp and that the seeder is as straight as it can be when you drop it down. And then hopefully, if we look out the back, we didn't quite turn far enough with that one. So yeah, it is a careful balance that you want to get right. Otherwise, you might cause yourself some problems when you come to do those headlands. Coming to the end section of the field, and we're going to go pretty close to the end here. What I'm loving, though, is if I bring it to the end here and spin round, look at the stripes going up that field. What a gorgeous sight that is. Right. Have I come round far enough? No, we've gone round too far. Let's bring that in there. And I'm trying to leave just one row at the bottom. So the idea is that the headland going up the right-hand side of the field here, that is going to be... that's going to be a full 2 widths of our seeder here. I'm going to not go through these bushes. Whereas... the bottom and the top of the field, those headlands should be only a single width. And then the far side, the left-hand side, where we've had our own roadway we can turn around on, we've put no headland in there at all, just to simplify things overall. So let's lower that down. And likewise, right at the top of the field, we've got no headland either. There we go. And now we can just start filling it in. And then this field will be done. And it's midday. We're halfway through the day and making a really good progress on here. I think we should get both fields done today, which is great news, because that is going to be a great way to finish, to have both these fields planted, ready for producing oats for our bakery for the next year. This is the thing with GPS. While it's nice and it makes it easier to turn a little bit quicker to the field, human error can still creep in. And look at that. That is quite a large section there that I'm going to have to go back over and fix. Because, yeah, it hasn't quite come far enough round. So I'm trying to get my seeder a little bit better positioned here now. Which does mean a little bit more maneuvering, but shouldn't be a huge problem. Yeah, still left a little bit back there. So it can be that even with GPS, you still need to run those headlands a little wider than you probably think. I think we're going to end up with like a 12-meter headland on the far side of the field there. And even this side here, you can see there's a couple of patches missed down here, so we're probably going to have to run a headland down here to make sure we catch everything that way as well. And then there's even those bits like I just showed a moment ago. That is not going to get covered by any headland without doing it deep into the field. So yeah, we'll have to back up on that road along that row and get that one done in order to make sure that we do that. So yeah, it's human error does creep in. While it gets most of the field done faster, you still sometimes need to do a little bit of cleanup. While our seed usage is high on this field, we still have plenty of seed left to get this field finished and the next one done, which is pretty good. I don't think we over-purchased by much. Well, I think we may have over-purchased by a fair amount, but that's not a huge problem. We had the money to buy it, and there's always that opportunity to go and do contracts and things with the leftover seed if there are any available. Are there any available? So no, there are none available. There's just 2 fertilizing contracts out at the moment. So yeah, it's there is the possibility there to use these up. Even if you didn't, you've got the seed sitting there for next year. Knowing that you've got a good base of seed to start with is not the end of the world. There are times when I have purchased too much of something in the past and not had a use for it going forwards, which has been very annoying, especially if it's something you can't sell. But in this case, I wouldn't be too worried about us having a lot of leftover seed. Last couple of rows to finish off the main body of the field, and then we're into the headlands. So the way I'm going to do the headlands is we're going to do the top bit first. We've got then we've got a single width section to do around the top, and then we're going to go and do the headland down the right hand side of the field, or actually our left hand side of the field from where we're looking now. Clear that up, and then I think we're going to have to do a headland down the right hand side of the field from where we are. So okay, what we're going to do is avoid that tree, bring ourselves out onto here, and then come around, and you can see where this loops off here. So bring this to here, down, and we'll follow field around here and give myself just a little bit of width going there. So spin this around. There are our cows, looking nice and healthy. Probably need for feeding again soon. Down with this, and there we go. And now we can just move around the top of the field here and get this out. It's got this weird kink in it because the ownership of the top part here, where the mill is, or the grain elevator is, that juts out into the field a bit there. Otherwise, that would have been a smooth curve all the way around the top of the field there, and it just wasn't worth buying the land that mill is on just to get that little bit. Right, and then that. Yay. Yeah, lots of maneuvering around the field now to get myself into position and get this finished off. Maybe we won't have to do the full 12-meter width up here. That would be good, although it might be worth it, to be honest, because we'll end up back down that bottom corner. Actually, what I'm going to do is go round to the bottom here. We'll turn the seeder off and go and start from this far corner here, and then we could just go straight up the top of the field and have it all finished off. As I said, there's a few spots you can see up the sides that probably need to go and fill in, but nothing too drastic, nothing too huge, so that's all good. Down and in, and get these headlands finished off. There we go. It's pretty much exactly the width of my seeder that this last section is. And in fact, yeah, unless I move over a little bit, I do miss little bits, but I'm happy. This is a fairly good coverage on here. Got a few little bits to fill up and finish off, but I can come back and do that a little bit later. For now, though, that is that field done and dusted, and we can head back down to the farmyard because I think it's time we headed down to the bakery and see if we've got any cakes. We're going to sell some tomatoes first, though. I think with all the lime on this tractor and seeder, we might have to get it cleaned off. Although we are going to be doing, or we would be moving on to that field next. So I'm less worried about that. That doesn't worry me too much. What I do need to do is get that DEF out of there. We'll just get rid of this last litre of this into this tractor. Let that refill. There we go. Right, let's drop the flatbed or the truck bed off this. And then we'll go and get the box it trailer on and head up to the farm shop, get the few tomatoes we've got sold before we head down to our bakery and see what's down there. So, love how easy it is to switch between things on this TLX 2020. I'm looking forward to the TLX 2022. I don't know if you've seen 82 Studios is working on his next version of this. And I can't wait to see it personally. This has been a cracking truck on here. And the 3500 is a cracking truck on Stone Valley. So, yeah, let's see what the next TLX holds. What this holds, though, is 1,000 litres of tomatoes. So we're just going to drive around here, open the rear doors to get them sold. That will then get them unloaded. Make 948. Wow, off 1,000 litres, that's really good. And plus 96 environmental, so over £1,000 for our strawberries. Sorry, not our strawberries, for our tomatoes. So yeah, now to head down to the bakery and see if we've got some cake. So we stopped the production of the bread completely so that we could see if we have any cake. And oh wow, we've got 3 pallets of it. Look at that. So each of these hold 400 litres of cake, which is brilliant. I think these go up to the farm shop. Can we pick these up? No, they're too heavy, so that's fine. We will rebox up our cake and get it taken, I think, again, up to the farm shop. Open up the doors and back it up so that hopefully, yeah, cake is being reboxed for transport. There we go. And then we'll just back this over so that we should be able to get the other 2. We'll definitely get that one. There we go. And then one more. Box those up as well. And it's not a massive amount of cake, but it is cake. Where are we going to sell our 1,200 litres of cake? Let's have a look. Best price for cake at the moment, I think, is going to only be one place. It is 6,025. Wow, that is really good. That is why you want to make cake. You put a lot of stuff into it, but man, does it pay off pretty well. So yeah, let's go and take our first cake delivery up to the farm shop. So here comes our cake delivery into the farm shop through the first sell point, round to the second. Right, and park it up. Open the doors and sell it off. 7,227 plus another 729, sorry, plus another 731 environmental score. That is fantastic. I'm so pleased about that. And that was not a huge amount. That was 4,000 litres of milk, 4,000 litres of strawberries, 4,000 litres of butter, and 4,000 litres of sugar, and finally 4,000 litres of flour. So it takes quite a bit to make a cake, but I think it was worth it. Absolutely. So there we have it. I have really enjoyed my time on this map. It is a fantastic starting map for Farming Simulator 22. We're going to be trying out Silver Run Forest in a couple of months, which is the Platinum Edition map. We're going to be doing that, and that's going to be our next base game map. It is, I'm looking forward to that. We are, of course, as I said, starting on Attingham Park on Saturday. So I hope you'll join me for that series. That is going to be a start from scratch series. Our time, though, here on Haut-Beyleron has come to an end. It has been a cracking time doing
start from scratch on here. And yeah, we put precision farming in halfway through the series as well, so that's brilliant. I'm going to leave this here though. So I hope you've enjoyed this series, and all that remains is for me to say
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.